You're trying to short CS, right? Credit Suisse.
Okay. I don't know who was, but go ahead.
Are you?
No.
Oh, sorry.
No, he probably was not trying to short Credit Suisse because I think the conversation about the PPI and all that is affecting like the U.S. and Credit Suisse obviously is a European bank, so he's probably going after the U.S. banks.
Okay. I was just wondering because the title of the talk is Dumpit Swiss, and I was confused.
It's usually just the highlight or the headline of the day. That's all.
Okay, that's cool. I'm from Switzerland. That's why I'm kind of concerned, you know.
You think WallStreetBets is going to take down Credit Suisse?
Maybe. I mean, possible. You know, it's funny because next year I am going to work for UBS. That's like the rival of Credit Suisse. So, yeah.
WallStreetBets might not be able to take it down, but a strong win might, Hardy. That bank looks challenged.
Someone might sneeze, yeah.
Well, feel free to come back when you're working for UBS. I look forward to your stories.
For sure, man. Thank you, boys, for the answer. Have a great day.
Hey, where are you going? Give us some juice, man. You're in the financial services area. What you got for us?
Nah, I'm still in school right now. Next year I'm going to work.
Dude, some of these people are still in their diapers. What you got?
Yeah, you got internship. I know you do. Don't lie.
Yes.
So where's that internship at?
Oh, wait, what? What do you mean?
Never mind. Back to place. All right, what we got today, guys and ladies?
Yes, back to plays. We were seeing banks continue to rise, while FRC.
Fun fact that UBS stock is actually going down. So interesting.
Yeah. All of Swiss banks are currently taking I don't know what.
Shit.
Yes, of course.
And sorry, I'm wrong. Wall and FRC are both down.
I mean, it all really is related to the Silicon Valley Bank, isn't it?
Well, I wouldn't blame them for everything.
So I am looking at Roku, looking to buy some puts on them. Looking to go down to $50 puts, but maybe might even just hit the 54s just for the fact that there's only a couple days left in this week. So yeah, probably 54 puts. We'll see how it goes down, how far it goes down today. But yeah, looking pretty nice. So I gotta say on that.
Good fucking morning, everybody.
Someone woke up on the right side of the bed. Your puts print?
Yeah, and we don't like that.
Fuck you guys. I'm playing that. I don't know who the fuck said it yesterday. The CMA puts on that Comerica Bank. I don't know. What's anybody's take on that? Do we still got some more room down here, or what?
I think it's or what.
I knew it. I fucking knew somebody was gonna say or what. I already fucking knew it.
Then why did you ask?
That's fair. That's totally fair. The good news is that one guest call I had is not going to print. So, there's that.
So Bank of America, I'm looking at these guys. These guys are
I've banked with these guys for a while. They got a pretty large capital inflow. The people were talking about it this morning. Looking at buying some calls on Bank of America, also known as BOFA. BOFA D's nuts. Anyway, fun fact.
The news already
Mark
happened,
Matt-
Scald. So wouldn't you want to look at peer banks like Capital One, Citi, and JP Morgan with the expectation that they will also announce the refugees or receiving refugees from Silicon Valley Bank?
Maybe, but I'm thinking Bank of America is going to wrangle a fair amount of them just because I don't know if any of those banks do crypto lending, but I've gotten loans on my Bitcoin to Bank of America. So if you can tell me that one of those banks also issue loans on collateral for crypto, then I will totally ace into that one too.
Also, recently, Bank of America received $15 billion in deposits. More should be rolling in as soon as the rest of this collapse hits. So, $15 billion is just the beginning, in my opinion. I hope Scald believes that as well. But that's just the speculatory shit.
Yeah, but how much money do they have before? Right, and Hardy could very well be right. It could just be they're the first to announce, and all the major bankers got major capital inflows like that. But I just don't know any of them that are friendly to crypto lending. And you got to think the people that bank at Silicon Valley, they probably have crypto also. I would imagine it's just going to be Chase and Bank of America are probably going to be the ones to pick up the majority of these clients.
Any other plays? You're talking about Automotive?
Yeah, the original DD was posted on WallStreetBets about a year ago when it was at $11. It's on the Nasdaq, and it's currently priced pretty low. But it started bouncing last week. Like there was some 10% moves last week, and they have earnings tomorrow, so who knows what can happen with it. But they have a promising outlook. That the negative sentiment is probably based on just any SPACs that came out last year and EVs in general. But they also hired a former Tesla executive to help out their manufacturing process, and they're getting requests for orders this year, so they might profit by Q4. And actually, when I was looking at their revenue, they beat earnings like the past 4 times, so that's a good thing.
I miss getting my extended hours movers recap from what's his face, Tuesday Fly.
Yeah, he was short-lived, wasn't he?
So where his plays?
No, he was saying his plays were also short-lived.
He had.
You know what? It was right when he found out about options. So let that be a warning to you all.
He had very aggressive plays in a market that has since gone down a lot. We know that formula.
He came in, he said, I'm starting with options, guys. And then a week later, he was gone. Poor dude.
Has anybody got any eyes on Intel? I picked up some calls ending the end of this week because I'm an idiot, but I think I might keep taking a push to 30. I mean, not with how today's looking. I might just pick up cheaper calls, but yeah, I don't know. So anybody got any DD on this? That'd be great.
Intel's price to book value is about $25 a share. That's the only price I think the markets will try to support. I don't think this recent run-up makes any sense for Intel. I think they still suck.
That's facts.
Identity crisis for them. I'd rather put my money in AMD. They're a little overvalued.
Have they even announced any like new chips or anything? Like what the fuck? Like I'm surprised they haven't even mentioned anything about AI.
That's because Intel has a lot of AI job postings and very few people who are willing to fill them, especially when Nvidia pays almost 30% more.
Gee.
When you think AI, you don't think Intel.
I believe that's their company motto. Hey, is there anyone that wants to come up? Who's host? Bring some people up.
Well, I have a question. Do we think the current bank problems that are driving the market down today are going to be more of a permanent issue or something that's probably going to bounce back over the next week once we get news that the basis point hike probably is not half a point?
I think the market's already pricing in the fact that the hike is probably not going to be half a point. I mean, I think we're already seeing that start to get priced in.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't been expecting half a point for a while.
At least since yesterday. Yeah, I mean, when the federal government comes in and bails out, uninsured depositors at banks essentially nationwide is, I think, the implicit guarantee here. And then the Fed contemplates doing 50 bips hike. I think those are too incongruous to happen simultaneously.
All right, that's a fair point. I was just wondering because I have some sold puts that are near strike price, and I was trying to decide whether I thought it would overshoot those, shoot down below those strike prices and stay, or bounce up in a week. Debating whether I want to close them or not.
Anybody looking at Bank of America right now? Trading at a price to book below 0.9.
Bloomberg mentioned it today. Yeah, that's where everybody seems to be going.
Scald's looking at it.
I would say Bank of America, maybe Chase. Chase is more international, though. There's international companies looking for a place to go.
Oh, I already bought Chase. That was my first buy on this price tip. Chase is the king. Bank of America is number 2, I think.
Do you think regulators will block any of these acquisitions, I think, coming down the pipeline with some of these banks?
Nobody's really acquiring, are they? They're just getting the depositors, the refugees.
I mean, like Silicon Valley's just, okay, you're done. What are the pieces? Who wants to buy these pieces? But so far, there's no need for like a massive acquisition of one of the top regional banks.
But it's possible, though, right? I mean, like,
sure. But your question was, are they going to block acquisition? But there's nothing like that going on right now. Is it possible? Sure, anything's possible.
Everything's possible, baby.
I mean, people, the newscasters were concerned that it seems nobody wanted to buy SVB. Otherwise, somebody would have bought SVB and would not have gone into FDIC conservatorship.
There's no point in buying the entire bank if you can just wait to buy pieces of the bank for pennies on the dollar. I mean, you look back to the financial crisis, they were forced to acquire. So, like, now they would block those acquisitions. So, I mean, that would definitely be a completely different system now, way to handle this problem. But I think they're letting the markets have their way. It's capitalism so far. Like, yeah, let the shareholders, bondholders eat cake, and let's make sure depositors are good so that the world doesn't freak out. And private equity, other banks, have at it.
So I heard on Sunday night there were 3 bidders for SVB, but they were all rejected. I'm not too sure how true that was. And then I did see, I'm sure you guys saw how HSBC bought the UK arm of Silicon Valley Bank for, I think they said for £1. I'm not sure how that works. But I saw that headline as well.
Yeah, that's true.
We've been over that pound acquisition before. That's just the UK didn't want to have to manage that, and they just essentially said, here, HSBC, this is your problem, you figure it out. And HSBC was willing to take that on.
Yeah, that's probably like something like the minimum value you can buy a company for or something. Like, would be my guess. When I first heard that news, I was like, is that like par value over there or something? I have no idea. But it's just odd to buy it for $1. They probably had to buy it for something. I don't know anything about the UK though, so.
What's the general consensus for the market today? Because right now it's down. Are we going to see a little bump, or is it going to just stay down?
I think it's going to run up.
Well,
I'm planning on. Hold on, I'm planning on 1% at a time. Bad boy, and then Imperator. Go ahead.
I think the market's going to run up a little bit, and then it's going to fade off. Another bank I wanted to throw in there, or credit card, Synchrony Finance, SYF. They are also in trouble.
How are they in trouble?
Got a lot of bad money on the books, just like Discover Bank.
That's their business, though.
Yeah, but
and they
more
predicted
than usual.
this. No, they said it's in line with their estimates from last year.
Yeah, they can say it, but in reality, they're not.
Oh, so they're saying stuff, but that's not the case for them in particular.
Of course,
is
you know
thesis.
how that goes.
All right.
Another bank I've been looking at as a possible one that it seems to be a real train wreck is this Syvonis, SYVONUS, based out of Columbus, Georgia, not Columbus, Ohio, Columbus, Georgia. And their balance sheet's kind of a train wreck, but I think it's in the same boat as Synchrony, where they kind of want their balance sheet to be a train wreck. They seem to be issuing loans to pretty much anybody who asks. So I don't know how that's going to turn out for them, but I've been thinking about making a play on them.
What you should do is you should take out the largest loan you can, use it to short shares, and then default so the price goes down. Is that right?
That's a great idea.
Oh man, infinite money hack. Luce, did you ever get those numbers you were looking for on KeyBank, or still not able to figure that out?
Got a little occupied last night. I just glanced at Bank of America. Haven't looked at KeyBank yet.
Occupied with what?
Jerking it.
I actually did look at KeyBank.
And what did you find?
Sorry, one second. They were down $27, and they're. Hold on one second. Let me pull up my actual data.
While he's doing that, I can say anecdotally, I've had KeyBank's my oldest credit cards. I've had an account with them for going on 20 years, and they're terrible. They're like really bad. Their applications, their mobile and their online experience are just atrocious. And I'm saying that compared to other regionals as well. I think they've been overtaken by a couple of their competitors. It's just not a well-run bank as far as I can tell from a technology perspective and from a user experience perspective. Like external account adding and like transferring to and from, terrible. Credit card management, terrible. From my vantage point, they're poorly run, but that might say something different about the stock.
Yeah, I'll bring that KeyBank data into the market talk in the Discord. So if you guys want to hear about that, come in the Discord. But basically, they closed a lot of locations down, and they did lose a lot of customers over the years. I think that's due to the fact that they had a lot of senior customers, and they passed away. No jokes here. I'm being serious when I say that. So, yeah, I'll bring the rest of it to the after talk.
Oh, death is no joke, Elliot. Death is no joke.
No, it's not.
So, Luce, I agree with you with Bank of America and Chase being the stellars of the bank industry. I have a question though. Do you think that Wells is going to come in and I'm sorry, not Wells, but Chase is going to come in and buy some of Wells's debt that they got on the market as of yesterday?
Chase is going to buy whose debt?
Wells. They got a bunch of debt that they put for sale yesterday. So do you think Chase is going to come in and buy some of that to get some market share?
I don't know. It's up to Chase. No idea.
Straight shooter.
I can't remember how to do this, but does anybody know how to look up? I used to know how to do this. Look up like slabs and mortgage-backed securities. There used to be a way where you could look it up, like actually on like Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac's websites. Does anybody know how to do that? If you could, please DM me because I'm interested. I did it for my 9net DD like a couple months ago for student loans, and like I honestly can't remember how I did it. If not, I'll ask ChatGPT to figure it out.
That's always the way.
Try looking for Pool Talk. You might have to create a free account because it's restricted now. On their tools and applications portion of the website.
You said that was called Pool Talk? TOOL?
Yeah, I think so.
Got it. Thanks.
So I'm going to buy some 390 calls this morning on SPY because it's third week expiration, and it seems, I mean, this is probably stupid, but it just seems like on third week expirations, the market makers always seem to manage to be able to get it to max pains. So I think it's a dumb idea, but it might work.
I had brought this up in my last talk. I'm holding on to some Sofi calls for $5. They expire this Friday. I have faith that Sofi is going to come out of all of this financial collapse on a positive note. 1 second, I'm at work.
All you need is faith. You don't need work. Leave work and buy more calls. Faith.
Watch those calls go to zero.
Didn't have faith.
Yeah, it's down in pre-market. You need to pray or whatever you do, meditate, pray to Buddha. Yeah, you need to believe a little harder.
Whatever chant.
Yeah.
All right,
My apologies. Let me.
Very good.
I'll finish my SoFi thought with all
Lord.
this. Okay, never mind.
No, if you have a reason,
I think we
can
get.
hear it.
I think
Oh,
we
you're
get the
good?
gist.
We're good.
Faith-backed SoFi calls.
Can someone do a Cindy Rain dance?
Skull, I put that Fannie Mae pool investor. I put that link on the chat.
Yeah, I found it. It's perfect. It's got CU, SIP lookups, and the whole deal. So thank you.
Did you guys already mention PPI?
Isn't the data today bullish on, like, stocks should be bullish?
The way you could put it, I suppose, is it's bullish on inflation coming down, but PPI, so across the board, mostly across the board, it was down, and like proper down, not inflation was slowing down, but it was proper down. So like PPI month over month was negative 0.1%. Forecast was 0.3%. Retail sales down negative 0.4%. Forecast negative 0.3%. Core PPI month over month was 0%. Forecast was 0.4%. Core PPI year over year was 4.4%. Forecast was 5.2%. So pretty big difference. PPI year over year 4.6 actual versus 5.4 forecast. So bullish for inflation coming down, but I don't know if the markets really care about PPI right now.
Sorry, I don't have it in front of me. I was out and about. Do they have any revisions to the last number there, up or down?
Yeah, let's see. I have to look at another site that compares because it just says the revised figure.
I'll find it. Don't. Yeah. I'm my own tech support. I apologize, but I agree with your sentiment. The market doesn't care about that right now. It's the Credit Suisse thing and the added bank pressures.
Credit Suisse is like the cockroach of banks. Like they never die. Somehow they just never die.
Someone had puts. It is pretty funny. Someone had puts on it in here, ending this Friday. I'm curious how you won't know until they open, but.
I saw the puts were insanely expensive, and I know for the regional banks, the calls yesterday for most of the day when they were up, the calls, say the stock price, say like First Republic was up like, I don't know, 40%. The calls were up like 55, like just out of the money. So it's at some point, it's like you're really overpaying for puts. Just short the stock if you're that bearish, because you're just paying so damn much for the puts.
Yeah, I'm not sure what his entry point was, but I'm sure he'll be hooping and hollering if he gets on. I know I would, probably. Because I think he had like $1.50 and $2 puts ending this Friday, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Luce, I did want to thank you for that play on Wall, by the way. So, like you said, you were like, hey, why just sell out of the stock? Why not go back in with 20% of your profits on calls? The next day, it was up another 40%. So, thanks for that play, man.
This thing's flew, man. Like any regional bank, just I think for the most part, you can just point at a regional bank and say, I want you. And then yesterday, they all just popped like 20 to 50%. It's crazy.
Yeah, is anyone here? I just made a trade on FRC in pre-market. There's some crazy volatility going on there.
FRC, I started trading them 2 days ago. Today, Wednesday. Yeah, started trading them Monday. Sold some puts, strike 22.5. Yesterday, created riskless spread. So that's arbitrage there. Can't lose money on that. But also, I sold some diagonals. Strike 40 expiring April. Strike 35 expiring August. Or I bought diagonals. I'm not sure if that's what I said. But yeah, bought diagonals. It cost like 50 cents. So pretty good risk reward there. And I'll more than likely be rolling the Aprils instead of closing the position out. But the volatility, the options premiums are off the charts. Like, you don't see options premiums on companies this big that often. This is pretty infrequent. So if you know how to take advantage, you should definitely do so.
Whoa, those premiums look like Tesla premiums.
Yeah, seriously. Like, not all these banks are gonna go under. Maybe another couple. I don't know. But the whole sector is being priced as if like it's a bunch of like everyone found out they're like SPACs and all SPACs are scams. Like, most of these banks are gonna be okay.
Yeah, I just picked a large one, a large regional, and dumped a bunch of money in shares, but that's not where all the action was, apparently.
Hey, Opinion, if you're there, or if one of the other mods knows, do we still have Mark Mobius tomorrow? Should we be assigned our homework today? Double check, right?
Mark Mobius wants to talk to WallStreetBets.
Yeah, I didn't want that. It's been a lot of other stuff going on. I didn't want to forget about that. He's here tomorrow.
I don't know why. I don't know
So
how.
who is this guy? Like, I just want to prepare a tough question. Not to be ignorant. I just don't know who this is.
He's like a big time investor. He started Mobius Capital. I believe he's German, right? Mark Mobius.
Yeah.
He's a pretty big guy. Not like physically, just, you know.
The bald guy.
Yeah, he's bald, and most recently he was in the news. Aeon, if you saw that, he was one of the investors that couldn't get his money out of China recently, and that was a headline.
Opinion, you should introduce him tomorrow as a big bald German guy, because those are the facts we got so far.
His name is Dr. Mobius, for the record. And yeah, he looks. How old is he?
He is 86 years old.
He's 100 years old.
Same thing.
Yeah, he makes me look young.
He manages over $50 billion in assets. Not bad. Dr. Mobius is his name. He was working with Franklin Templeton Investments. Wow, that is such an old company.
I thought you were going to say Dr. Mobius is his name. Mobius Capital is his game, but yeah, maybe that was just me.
Sorry. No, I'm not. I'm not smooth like you. And yeah,
I will say he's definitely one of those guys that wants to be called Doctor. So, you know, if you want to talk
Dr.
to him,
Mobius.
yeah, you have some kind of respect for the German bald man, then yeah, probably call him Dr. Mobius.
Do I salute or how is this? Do I bow?
You could just stand there with your pants down, pull your penis out while you talk to him.
Yeah.
Submission to submission. I got it.
Test his resolve.
I hope he's listening.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So
yeah, right. Yeah, he probably is.
I know. Try to keep the slap ass to a minimum tomorrow, I guess. Right.
I mean, if
yourself.
I'm there,
He is on the world. He is on the World Bank's Global Corporate Governance Forum, and he is a member of the Private Sector Advisory Group as a co-chairman of its Investor Responsibility Task Force. So, he is of older age. So for us younger audience, as members, we can, kind of vouch for maybe a seat if we want. But yeah. And fun fact for you guys, he did serve as director on the board of Lukoil, which was the Russian oil company. So, if you ever want to have any questions about that.
How many Wall Street Bet coins do I need to get on that forum? I need to get gambling.
And he did have I just wanted to say real quick, he was featured in a comic book called Mark Mobius, an illustrated biography. And he was a discus thrower back in his high school days. So, yeah, that's all I got on him.
Elliot doing the hard research here.
So you're saying I can read a comic book to complete my research? That sounds like my speed. Not gonna lie. I like pictures with the words. It helps.
I hope someone asks him when GME Moon.
I heard Opinion just memed him to death until he finally said yes. So he does like color pictures.
Does he talk fast?
Opinion, you were the one who got him?
Yeah, he threatened to stalk him for the rest of his life.
Sorry. Thank you, Opinion. Thanks, everyone.
Sorry, Opinion. I was just giving as a preface so we don't look so stupid tomorrow. But yeah, back to place.
I think it was good. Yeah, I think that was necessary. Regional banks come back up a little bit. Looks like going crazy.
Apparently, Sweden's pension fund invested in Signature Bank and Silicon Valley Bank to the tune of $2.1 billion. RIP.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a big oof.
It sounds like they're Bill Hwanging it over there.
I got that joke.
Oh, yes.
6 times, 7 times, who knows?
Let's see what banks are bringing down the regional bank ETF, KRE, because some of the regional banks are doing okay right now, relatively speaking.
Is our Swiss friend still here? Because I want to hear if he thinks Credit Suisse is going to get bailed out by the government.
There's always UBS.
I do wonder how UBS is doing, because they're an entirely different kind of bank in terms of their business model. But I don't know.
Yeah, they were bailed out in 2008, so Credit Suisse should be now also.
Yeah, a little Swedish cockroach. Is that a real thing? I don't know.
No.
Yeah, I think
Sweden
I saw
is
it
an
in the
entire
candy aisle
new
next
country.
to Swedish fish.
The Swedish fish are not from Sweden, just for the record.
Shut up, lies.
Asking for
Like French fries, right?
No, I'm telling you the truth on that.
You're correct, Hardy. French fries are from Belgium.
And then Irish car bomb in Ireland is just car bomb, but be careful about where you request that.
I'm sorry, what's a French fry? I've only ever heard of freedom fries.
You never heard of
America,
the
baby.
famous French restaurant McDonald's?
Proud to be an American.
Good place, good place. I did short the one bank. I don't feel like trying to dig in to find more banks to short because I'm lazy. But one bank that was at the top of those lists that was circulating for banks with massive losses was Comerica. They're based in Dallas. And I don't know, I just get a little giddy when I hear that there's a regional bank based in Dallas that is potentially super fucked. Because I have the opinion that people in Texas they suck at business, but everybody throws money at them, so they make money. So I actually bought some in the money puts on CMA. Strike 60, I believe.
Way to support the local economy.
Oh yes, I mean I live here, so if shit goes down, right, I got to make money. So it's a hedge on my life.
You can always run to the border, but I will say, by the way, Swedish fish are from Sweden. By the way, that was a joke. So please don't PM me and DM me your hatred.
I don't know if running for the Texas-Mexico border is worthwhile, especially given those 2 killed Americans.
Oh, I was not suggesting Mexico.
I mean,
just don't go there to buy drugs.
Wait, running for the Texas-Canada border? Where
I guess he meant Texas-Oklahoma border.
Yeah, I was going more up. Anyway.
Canada is just northern Mexico, am I right?
Sure.
Yep. VIX is spiking. Here, I'll bring some market talk back in. VIX is at its highest in the pre-market.
You are a treasure.
Texas is burning or freezing.
Sounds windy.
So when VIX is spiking, what's a potential reaction to that?
More panic. The VIX actually historically sort of trades in these. Is someone sorting boxes? It typically trades in, like, you could say these. I would say ranges, but it's like historically they have this. The VIX has this pattern. It's like, okay, once it passes, say 20, then the chances of it going up to 20, say 4, are highly likely before coming back down. Once it goes up to 26, etc. I don't have those numbers on me. It's some study I have buried in my Google Drive. But in short, what tends to happen when the VIX ticks up, the chance of it moving higher are actually pretty damn high.
Now, do you ever sell covered calls into that loose and get more premium when it does that?
The VIX is let's say, I don't know, I put 15 to 20% of my portfolio in trading the VIX, always, and it's such a reliable trade, especially now. So now I might say I already have a trade on and it's making money, but take the VIX for example, and I'll trade multiple VIX instruments, but take the VIX for example. I sold strike 25 calls were expiring March. I rolled them yesterday to April. I bought so sold 1, right, of those strike 25 calls, bought 2 strike 25 calls expiring June, sold 1 strike 30 call expiring June. So it's kind of like this funky, I don't know, butterfly. You kind of see it like a butterfly spread, but essentially I bought calendar spreads expiring April and June, and then I sold I bought call spreads expiring June. But I'm rolling the front months because the premiums on the front months are pretty high, and I think there's still some backwardation on the VIX futures. So I'm getting paid more premium up front versus the premium I have to pay for the back months. And basically the VIX goes up, I'm gonna make money, and when it's high, I'm going to put simply, I'm going to do the opposite and essentially make the bet that the VIX is going to come back down.
Thank you. No, I think that helps. It's good to hear this conceptual, and that's a very technical analysis of how you're playing it. So,
I mean, no, never mind.
It's not that funny, Elliot. Okay, I'm a serious person. Okay.
Oh, I know. I'm just so sorry. I'm sorry.
Don't laugh at me. I'm just kidding.
We can go back to riffing, but I think that's
No, it was good, but
I'm
it wasn't
insecure.
that fucking technical. No offense. I mean,
whoa! Don't be. You're laughing at him. That's not very nice. I will say I'm very systematic with the VIX though. And put simply, VIX up bigly, I'm shorting. VIX down bigly, I'm going long, but I'm always trying to get paid to do, to make that trade either way. If the VIX stays low for a long period of time, probably not making a lot of money on it, if anything. But as long as it moves, there's always opportunity to make money, at least the way I see it.
Calls on Bigly.
Yes.
I had a question on you guys' opinion. Warren Buffett bought a ton of the Occidental Petroleum, and with the basis, I think, of that Permian Basin, having a good amount of resource. And I was wondering, do you think that's like those kind of guys, they have inside, information and stuff a lot of times, but do you think it's a good buy? I mean, I bought a little bit of it a while back ago, and it's kind of lost a little bit in the last few months. But, with electric vehicles coming in and play and everything, it's felt a little risky.
Well, oil prices have been pretty stubbornly low the past few months, so that's probably why your trade isn't making a lot of money right now. But I think Buffett buys for the long term, and if you're following him into that trade, you probably all should do the same.
Yeah, that's what I was doing it for, was for the long term. It was kind of interesting because he went heavy into it. I think he went like half on it.
I'm big on Oxy. I did trim when it was at just above 70, but I think it was at the top of my oil and gas watch list. I was taking my time analyzing it. Warren Buffett bought, and I was like, okay, got it. And finished the analysis. I really like Occidental. I think they're pretty damn undervalued.
Just remember, we're not talking about Oxycontin.
Oh, my mistake. No, so I do think it's undervalued. Forward free cash flow yield something like 15%, which is pretty damn nice. A lot of the other oil and gas stocks trading with like 10% free cash flow yield. Sure, they got sensitivity to oil prices, but oil prices tend to be, emphasis on the word tend to be seasonal. So there's an increase in supply through the winter, but coming out of the winter, as people, travel picks up, that's when prices start to head back up, typically. Supply is still low for oil globally. And I think whoever said it earlier, I think that's a good, Smohan, I think it's a good way to put it. Oil prices are stubbornly low. And every reasonable podcast to listen to, Morgan Stanley, UBS, JP Morgan, they're all bullish on oil prices for the remainder of the year, especially coming out of the winter. But the long term for Occidental is, I think they're well priced. Warren Buffett he's just piling on shares of that company. So I'm very curious what he wants to do with it. Maybe he's going to wait for the next administration. Like, say we get a Republican president, and maybe Congress is mostly Republican. Maybe he's like, hey, somebody buy Chevron. He owns a bunch of Chevron. Chevron buy Occidental. And the Republicans are like, yeah, that's okay. I don't know. I don't know what he's planning, why he's picking up such a massive stake. He clearly likes the stock. And Warren Buffett tends to hold companies for a long-ass time. I think Taiwan Semiconductor was an outlier. I think that was one of his boys that bought it, not him. And the potential big cherry on top for Occidental is the direct carbon capture project that they're working on. So they're set to have, it was, I don't know if it still is, but it was set to be the largest carbon capture project in the world. So that should be coming online in 2025. And I mean, that's a whole business there. And there are a lot of tax benefits as well. So that would be a pretty big cherry on top. And I think it would be interesting to see a legacy upstream oil and gas stock become a hybrid oil and gas drilling stock and green tech stock. I think that'd be a little crazy. So
didn't that happen with NextEra? And they've gone gangbusters since.
Did what happen?
Weren't they? Was it NextEra like a traditional utility or whatever, and then they converted over to like fully renewables or something like that? They're like the poster child for renewable utility, something of that nature. And I think the stock's gone absolutely ballistic since.
sounds kind of similar, but I mean, I don't think they went into carbon capture. It sounds like they've just had shit.
No, I know.
management.
Just I'm saying it's analogous to this concept of like, a traditional company taking another strategic direction, and potentially benefiting from it significantly. The way that you're saying Oxy may, as an oil and gas company, have a future in carbon capture.
And the banks are getting slammed again.
Yeah, what the fuck is going on? Every time I look at my portfolio, it's like getting whipsawed.
So I bought shares of that stock I mentioned earlier, FAZ, the short financial sector. Luce or Hardy, are you familiar with that one?
What about it?
I'm just saying, is that anything that you would think I should avoid for any reason?
I'd probably double check the contents of that ETF just to make sure that it fits your thesis.
Okay.
Broadly speaking, I'm long big banks, short small ones. So I bought
puts
against XLF, and then calls against a basket of Bank of America, JP Morgan, Citi, and Capital One.
Yeah, this is something short term, just for like the next couple days to see how it falls out.
You said you bought units of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just bear in mind the decay on those ETFs is triple leveraged, so those things have decay. If you're right, you're gonna make money for sure. But I think
it's more of a gamble. Like, I didn't want to buy calls on it just because it might blow up in my face, but went with shares just to because also during work I can't really babysit my plays, so I like to just sit on the LETFs.
Oh no, definitely don't buy options on the triple leverage ETFs, even the double leverage, because that's like you need something to skyrocket or to plummet basically immediately to make a lot of money on those. Like, they're already highly leveraged, and when you have a decayed security that's already leveraged, and then you trade a leveraged derivative on that security, it's like the decay is incredible. Like, at that point, just buy puts on like the underlying ETF. Yeah,
I think XLF is the matching underlying for that.
Yeah, so I think it's fine. I mean, if the banks recover, it's gonna drop like 20-30% real quick. But
I know.
You said to gamble. You can essentially look at it like puts on the XLF.
Right. That's kind of where I was going, because like the last couple times I missed like opportunities to sell at the right moment, so rather sit on the shares and see what happens.
Yeah, there's market open.
Doesn't Buffett have like the largest amount of shares in Bank of America? Has he said anything about this whole banking situation? Has he made a statement?
I haven't seen anything. I don't know if he's the type to just suddenly buy companies like this when they plummet. If anybody remembers during COVID, he was like selling stuff. Maybe he picks up more shares of Bank of America. I don't know.
He has like 1 billion shares of them, I think.
Yeah, he has a ton, and he's been holding them for a long time.
Does he have them, or does Berkshire Hathaway have them?
He is Berkshire, basically. So, yes and yes.
Synonymous, right?
I would like to share a play about banking.
Big Diz.
Good morning, everyone. I think the banking sell-off is little bit too extreme. Michael Burry even tweeted about it, like there is no risk to the bank. Everyone is just panicking, and this is all happening because of, I think, social media platform. So I'm thinking of buying this FAS ETF. It's basically FAS ETF inverse, and it's sitting like at its base level of 53. So it's a good time to buy this ETF, and also the VIX is high. So basically, and this is all happening because of this is the quadruple witching week. So anytime during the period of quadruple witching week, everything amplified. Like you will always witness like the end of the words and all these times during this week. So I think in the short term, this ETF.
You're breaking up now, but I think what you said.
I think he's basically saying he's inversing my play.
Yeah, FAS is that ETF, and I actually agree with you, Desmond. Yeah, I think this is.
I mean,
like,
I'm
overplayed.
I'm up on it right now, but I'm thinking of selling for that reason.
I agree with the overall sentiment that I think this is overblown. I don't think we're having a financial collapse. Like I don't think that's evident at all. But could a few more banks collapse? Sure. But I don't know if that's gonna, maybe over the next few days, the regional banking sector moves down some more. Maybe financials move down some more. But I don't think there's tail risk right now. So for the overall, I agree with Desmond.
Everybody's panicking because of that treasury bonds, which yields have gone up, so the price has gone down. But right now we are seeing that yields are dropping, so the prices of those bonds are increasing. So basically, it is kind of like everybody is like panicking, but the bond yields are going down. It's not going up. So the real panic might be a month before debt ceiling. So we could likely have a bond from.
Yeah, I would say for anyone looking at specific banks, look at their bonds. Look at like just Google like FINRA bonds, and you should find. Let's see if I Google that because I have a link saved. Bonds, Morningstar, FINRA bonds. Just Google that, and you can search the ticker of your bank. And if the bond markets are pricing that bank's bonds like close to par, or say like above 70 cents on the dollar, and their stock prices have plummeted like 70-80%, that means the bond markets are pretty confident in the banks. So, you can look at sentiment, you can look at stock price, but if the bond holders are like still they're hanging on, they're not selling the hell out of the bonds, that means they're confident. So I think that's a decent indicator.
What do you think with all this chaos with the banks and stuff right now? What do you think it's going to do for FHN and TD Bank and that acquisition that they were planning like beforehand? I'm kind of interested in that. I've been invested there for a little bit. I know a few of their executives and their CEO, and their structure is great. They're really like great people, but how does that translate to business in this whole? But really about the whole acquisition, because it seemed like even before all this, they were having some issues with it and doing a reprice, and I'm kind of curious to see where it's going to go now.
Just before you jump in on that, I posted a link to what Luce was talking about for FINRA bonds in the comments. If you want to look that up, it's a free resource.
Thank you, sir. I would say for TD, FHN, I'd be a little concerned about banking acquisitions, or bank acquisitions, especially if the companies are a little smaller. I mean, frankly, even if they're bigger. Yeah, and I know they did say they want to renegotiate the acquisition offer. So, and I think maybe it was a couple days ago we were talking about it. They can come back and say, we no longer want to pay you all cash. We want to pay you some cash and some shares. So the structure of the deal could very well change. I don't know if they've already announced a change. I'm not keeping up with it that actively, but a lot of things can change. And at the end of the day, they can say, you know what, we're not going to do it. So I'd be nervous about that one, particularly because it's in the banking sector and they're not like massive banks.
Yeah, I don't think they haven't announced it yet. So they just have, the only thing they've said is that they're looking at a reprice.
Something of note, Intel is holding up surprisingly well in this market.
Yeah, buddy, Intel.
I bought like over 50 calls expiring this week in Intel from like 30 I think 30.5. No, yeah, 31.5 and 30. So yeah, a little call spread up there. We got them on pennies on the dollar, folks.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know why Intel's holding up this well.
There's something going on. If you look at the charts for like the last, I think the beginning of when was it, October maybe, I can't remember. It looks like there's been a steady uptrend. It does this every fucking time. We'll pump up and then let it go sideways midday, and then like end of day pump up and then wash and repeat. But it looks like big buyers are coming in early and then coming in the evening. So they got to know something, unless it's insiders buying, which I doubt. But there's something going on. Something's coming down the pipeline, yo.
It still seems overvalued at this price, correct?
At what, under? No way. Intel under like 30.
If you're asking me, yes, Intel is quite overvalued because they have no positive free cash flow, and they won't have that for a couple years. Terrible valuation. Whoa, you got some company there? Do you live in a tent?
Hey, for something completely unrelated, I think it was on Monday, somebody had mentioned puts on Rite Aid. I think they were getting sued for some such reason.
Speaking of getting sued and Rite Aid, we're going to move over to the Discord channel. So if you guys want to go ahead into the Discord channel, we're going to start the stage up there, and you can talk to Luce and Opinion and everyone else, and you can talk to Smohan123 about his Rite Aid sued headline that's been out for what, 2 weeks now. Is this Reuters? But anyway, I digress. Check it out. Discord link is in the comment section if you don't know. Now you do. Yeah, Discord. Check it out. Stages. There is no Discord link up here. Can you put that in there, Opinion, please? A little sticky note if you don't mind.
Yeah, and everyone feel free to let Opinion know how much you hate him.
Is Georgia coming?
Georgia's coming. Everyone's going to be there. Georgia,
He better
Atlanta,
be there. He was the highlight.
Texas. Yeah, the chip of Georgia will be there. He's coming with his Mirage. What is that? A chip?
All right. Let's move the talk.
All right,
see you on Discord, folks.
La 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 la. Can you hear me, Luce?
Very good.
My drum set up. Georgia.
Morning, everyone.
Is my mic working this time? Because yesterday it stopped working like halfway through.
Whoever's talking and asking, is my mic working? It is working.
Awesome.
Let's bring some fine folks up. Retarded Ape on up. Dead Mean 5, the guy that stole my profile picture. Come on up.
It's mine, bro. It's mine. Now.
Yeah. All right. That's okay. I'm flattered.
Oh shit, that's pretty cool. This transition to Discord. You have to do anything.
It's pretty smooth.
Oh, Georgia's already here. Come on up, Georgia.
What happened to my Flex LNG? Not cool.
I was kind of wondering that myself, honestly. And if I had more cash on hand, I would probably just say fuck it and buy more.
Buy more what?
Flex LNG. Flex Liquid Natural Gas. They're a midstream oil or natural gas shipping company overseas.
Sounds thrilling.
They were the one that hit the news, I don't know, like a month ago or so, because they announced a special dividend and they basically pay out $1 a share, or at least they did last quarter. I think those of us who bought it just got the dividend like a week ago.
a pretty good example of the ridiculous options premiums that the regional banks are paying out right now. I sold strike 40 puts on First Republic. They are deep in the money right now, and I'm making 18%. I'm up 18% on those. It's fucking madness.
I was just yesterday night. I was contemplating buying FRC. What do you think?
Let's ask the audience. Audience, what do you think? Should we buy FRC right now, or should we
By the
not
way,
buy
what
FRC?
Sorry, what actually is this? Is this like it's my first time. I'm not
Oh,
actually
it's your
sure.
first time. Welcome to our space. This is a safe space. We have a lot of people that don't know anything, and they're all about to give you a recommendation on FRC.
Yes, keep buying FRC.
What was that?
Keep buying. Just keep buying FRC.
Because I was just doing my own research and I saw it was down like 70% in the past
Good research.
couple of months. I just figured because I saw obviously what happened to SVB, and in that whole sort of event, a lot of other banks had tanked, but First Republic actually isn't in the same situation as SVB. It's not like I think they were limiting withdrawals or something like that, but it doesn't look like they're going to end up in the same position. So in my eyes, at least, it seems like there's just a load of hype, and the tank has temporarily tanked, but surely it's gonna, I don't know, rebound. Then again, I'm not a trader.
It's okay. We have a lot of wonderful, smart people who can predict the future in this forum that can tell you what to do. It's a very good picture, Ryler.
Yeah, so I just want to tell you guys, I predict the future every day. Dead Meme 5. Just noticed two faces and it just looks the same. If anybody wants to copy my face, feel free to as well.
Take it as a compliment.
Want me to change my avatar to yours?
Yes, please.
He'll do it. He'll do it.
Nice.
Trust me.
I'm going.
I appreciate it.
We come in here tomorrow and everyone has the exact same profile pic as Loose, except Hardy. Hardy's going to be the one holdout.
Boo, boo.
Now you ruin April Fools, man. That was anyhow.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, human. I mean, come on. That was a joke. We were gonna do.
It'll be like when everyone dressed up as the golden banana.
I've heard there's no pictures of that for some reason.
There's 3 pictures of Bullwang now.
Why stop there?
But yeah, just wanted to say that I'm in FRC. So I've got cool debit spreads, and I watched on CNBC. Jim Liebenthal, I believe he's long FRC. So it's nice to see that smart money still has faith in the bank, and I think the bank is just way more diversified than Silver Capital was, than Silicon Valley Bank. Those guys had exposure to crypto and venture capital, startups, whereas FRC's you're more of a traditional bank in terms of exposure to mum and dad, mortgage borrowers and all that. So that I'm hoping they'll be all right. Plus, they've got that 60 billion revolving facility from JP Morgan and the new Fed facility where you can pretty much borrow based on your your bonds, your treasuries at par value. So any unrealized losses on their balance sheet hopefully won't be an issue should they need to borrow from that facility to meet liquidity needs.
He sounds smart.
I've been doing options since the GameStop short squeeze. Is pretty much all I do.
Day trader.
I'll mostly buy and hold, but day trade every now and then, maybe around like CPI announcements. Bit of 0 day on like SPY ETF, but these days I'm doing more buy and hold.
So what I'm hearing is put my life savings in FRC.
I wouldn't say that.
No,
no,
no, what we're saying is put your life into an FRC bank. Go in there and let the people who are doing the bank run, take the risk of stampedes. That's what we're saying. That's our recommendation.
An FRC what? Life.
Yes, your life.
I'm a bit confused.
So is everyone. Yes.
With all these banks failing, anybody thought about looking at like mattress stocks?
Come again.
It was a joke. It was a joke. I said with all the banks failing, anybody looking at mattress stocks?
I know it was a
we
joke.
we
I
heard
just wanted
we
to
heard
make
it the
fun of
first time.
how bad of a joke it was.
Yeah. Don't say it again.
What do you guys think
Yeah,
of
we were-
Credit? Just wanted to say what do you guys think of Credit Suisse? Is that the next bank to fail? Because they have they said they've lost access to an investor, some sort of investor. I don't know if it was private equity, but they came out and said they can no longer support Credit Suisse. So it looks like they might be running out of options. That might literally be the next bank that fails. So we're sitting here thinking, regional banks are at risk, but here you have a big bank that might be the next bank to fail.
All right, so that's probably Mohammed bin Salman or whatever, and he's probably just saying that he's not going to put more money into the bank because there's some, edge risk of contagion. Yeah, right now in the banking.
If they place more money, they will have more than 10% of the bank, and because regulations, they aren't allowed to it. So on their sites, they are willing to give more money, but because of regulations, they aren't allowed to.
That's interesting.
I just investment fund sold a shitload of stock in like 2019 before it all boomed. He missed out on it.
Retarded ape. Your voice is incredibly low. We can barely hear you.
What'd
you say?
On the subject of retarded apes, I have a question.
All right.
So when because I'm relatively new to this stuff. I've only been tinkering with stocks very closely for like a year. When you have situations like these where you bought in on shares on several things like a couple of weeks ago, and you get the market just takes a shit. Mentally, how do you guys deal with the frustration of thinking, well, if I would have just delayed for 2 weeks, I'd have been so much farther ahead? Like, how do you deal with that?
You can't think like that.
Elliot, as our resident AI bot, can you interpret?
Yeah, he said, what do you guys think? And then it sounded like he needs to get a new microphone or a better connection.
Oh, my
Yeah,
bad.
his connection sounded like Hardy's like a couple days ago.
Dude, I could hear him fine.
If your play doesn't work, find a new play.
Marcel told us what he normally. I was just gonna say he tells us what he always tells us, that he's new to options and he just started. He always gives us that pretty face. We know. We do listen to you.
Yeah, the irony that the guy we can barely hear says he can hear him fine.
I heard that too, barely.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Wari. I have a question for the Credit Suisse. So actually, people are saying that the Saudi Arabia bank, like it's not going to invest. But what about the European banks? Are they willing to, allow the Credit Suisse to fail?
It's not that easy. As a European, and also as a banker, I can tell you that first of all, Swiss banks are under the Swiss regulation. So the European banks nor the European Central Bank, they cannot intervene. The only institution that can actually intervene right now is the Swiss National Bank, and that's it. Though, if there will be a contagion throughout the entirety of Europe, then in that case, the European Central Bank would be allowed to intervene. Till then, though, it's up to the Swiss and only to them. And anyway, even if private banks want to intervene in Europe, they need an authorization from the European Central Bank. Because when another bank go to buy another one, or it goes for a merging with another one, there is an increase in the systemic risk. And this risk has to be assessed by the European Central Bank. So it's not that easy. It's not as smooth as in the US, for example.
Yes, but as European and banker as you are, can you explain why this failure in internal control in Credit Suisse, huh?
Yeah.
Well, not exactly, but
Y'all got any plays,
from
bro?
what we
What
know
the
is
fuck?
because,
The money.
well, there was a liquidity issue already there. There were many scandals in the past that destroyed the trust in the Swiss banking institutions, especially Credit Suisse. You sum it up. You can also see the balance sheet. Like the balance sheet 8 months ago was 700 billions. Now is something a little bit higher than 500. So something
You
has
guys,
happened for sure.
you're not gonna predict the next banking crash. What are some plays?
Potentially, all the banks can crash right now because I mean, the systematic risk is there.
Jesus
We can see that,
Christ.
and for
Hey,
sure, the more
But that's not
I mean, you're not the more
happen.
exposed.
Why you
Izzy.
scaring people? That's not
Can I
gonna
ask?
happen
Can I just
in
ask
Europe.
the important question here? Can I ask the
Angry
important
investor
question?
is angry. Elliot.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Farazi, where are you from? Like, what location are you from?
I'm in Italy right now.
Italy. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know, like,
It's
because
me.
respect to location, you
It
could have
was
more
either
information than
Italy
that.
or France.
I understand.
FRC was
The
home there.
thing
947.
is, I mean, aside from the well-known bank that are going to collapse, probably, such as Deutsche Bank or Commerzbank.
Okay, we understand. Thank you for the insight. We're gonna go ahead and marinate on that, or let it sink in. Let us think about it. Let us meditate. Let us manifest it. So thank you for your time.
I want to marinate on it. Yeah, Elliot.
So does anyone know what bank is making the most money off of this crash?
I would think JP Morgan's in a huge position to benefit from this. I mean, I think they're going to get their pick of the large money accounts that want to shift over from regionals or other sort of exposed banks.
I have an idea.
So
I think there's a bigger bank that's actually pretty much banking off this whole crash.
The Federal Reserve?
Yep.
I knew it. I knew it.
Good one, bro.
Yeah, they
What
actually
about
control
Goldman
price
Sachs?
on like all major assets. That's pretty much their casino. That's all I have to say. Have a good day, guys.
So
You
when a larger bank buys one of these failing banks, right? For example, SVB, and they had all of those, what was it, long-term treasury bonds, whatever they're called. They get sold at a discounted price, right? And then the bank that buys makes like a long-term profit. Is that how it works? Is that like the whole incentive to bailing out? Was that
They acquire the assets of the bank at discounted
At a
price, and they get the customers, etc. And so it's like an expansion for them.
But then they're also not actually losing because at the end of the day they're holding until what's the term?
All the previous equity holders and debt holders get wiped out, so you're basically coming in as the new owner.
I want to hear Georgia's take. Georgia Underwood, are you there? I'd like to hear your take on banking situation.
The banks
Georgia
are
Underwood,
fine.
please.
Let it happen. Just let it happen, Odd Pelican. We got to hear it. I think, Georgia, I see you unmiked. Did you find your burger on the floor?
There, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Oh, hell yeah, I can hear you.
Everyone throw the Doge up for Georgia.
All right. He said, "Can you hear me now?" He said, "Can you hear me now?" And then he didn't say anything. Yeah. So what are your What are your questions? Who's talking? Mindless investment. What are you getting at?
Basically, I was asking what the incentive of a large bank bailing out SVB was. For what I gathered, it's the
Okay, why don't we just do this? Yeah, let me just
Wait,
help
wait,
you out
wait,
here.
wait, wait,
Okay,
wait,
hang
wait,
on.
wait.
No,
Hold on, hold on.
no, and you're muted. Okay, listen, because I feel like you're asking the same question that everybody's been asking the past 3 days. All right, one, Silicon Valley Bank or SVB, whatever, they're not getting bailed out. The shareholders, the bondholders, not getting bailed out. The depositors are being secured, right? What is the play there? There are bonds, there are assets that are selling for pennies on the dollar, right? Maybe 60, 70 cents a dollar versus the dollar. Other banks are going to snatch in and take those bonds. They're going to snatch up those assets, and that is proper capitalism, right? So let the bank fail, let the other banks, the sharks, let them feed on the remaining assets. They can flip those assets. That's what's
The
happening.
vultures. Yep.
I like to think Jamie Dimon's a shark if he were a creature.
But Luce, what about the moral hazard of letting people that have money keep their own money that they thought was secured? I'm kidding.
I know you are.
Luce, are they protecting foreign money kept at that bank or only non-foreign accounts?
I am not Fed Jesus. I don't have all the answers.
So the FDIC only covers domestic, like American depositors, but obviously this is an extenuating circumstance. So yeah, it would be up to this special provision whether or not foreigners are covered. They do say all depositors, but I don't know if that is misleading or not to include foreigners or not. Somebody should look at that.
I tried to ask this question 2 days ago. So, for example, when HSBC bought the UK operations of SVB for £1, if they hold those bonds which are underwater, they hold them to maturity, right? They're going to make some decent, profit on that book, and they bought that entire book for £1. So I honestly don't get why they were allowed to do that instead of auctioning SVB to a bunch of banks. That just doesn't make any sense to me. I still haven't figured it out.
Because they don't want to wait for that stuff to mature.
Yeah, I was gonna say they probably. Skull, go ahead. You know better.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, like, they sold it to themselves, right? It was one arm of a corporation buying out another. I don't understand the frenzy around this, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a ton of media hype. It's boring.
And I think this kind of shit happens all the time. You guys just don't hear about it. But I mean, you look at your average company, and there's probably dozens or even hundreds of LLCs and sub corporations under a given corporate structure, and stuff like that does happen. I mean, maybe not to this scale, but it's still not uncommon.
And I can speculate too. They probably don't want to put all that on the open market as well. They probably here, you take this for $1. It's easier. It's less dislocation. Now they take the risk. Obviously, they want to cross sell the book and keep that business in the UK. So that's what I see it as. I don't know if that helps.
Also, keep in mind, whenever you hear something like this was sold for £1 or $1, what it really means is they wanted to give it away, but there's some rule saying they can't, so they set it to the bare minimum price and sold it. It's essentially just saying it was given to them.
Yeah, no, it's not fair enough. I understand, but it's just let's just assume HSBC can meet the liquidity needs of UK SVP, right? If they can meet the liquidity needs, then why not just hold those bonds that are underwater until they mature, and then they get par value plus all the coupons along the way, and they pretty much got that book for free. So I just don't get how in capitalism we're giving away assets literally for free. That just doesn't make sense to me. Yes, they're taking on risk, but if they can absorb that risk, they've got a big book for free. So that's what I kind of don't understand. But anyway, I don't want to.
It's a lot
The
of
next
high-risk
time a
credit.
bank has a tag sale, I would like to be invited, please.
Yeah, it's like I never get free shit.
You
But
might be
again,
below
keep in
the
mind-
capital requirement.
There's, but keep in mind, there's also some value attributed to holding on to those assets and having to deal with them. And if whoever had them, if it was the UK, is just like, look, we don't want to deal with this crap, and HSBC comes in and says, we'll take care of it, that has a numerical value to them to not have to deal with it, right? Even though you might not see that in the overall purchase.
Yeah. I mean, and another thing I'm confused about is I've been reading for some time now, private equity firms are all cashed up. They've got more cash than opportunities. I would have thought they would have jumped at the chance to buy regional banks at a discount, but they seem to be all silent. So that's another thing I don't understand. Why there weren't more auction or private deals over the weekend.
Private equity firms have certain restrictions. They can't just go in and buy whatever they want. They raise funds from investors and they give them a prospectus in so many words that restrict their allocation of capital.
Maybe they have their
rates are
funds
high,
at
so-
SVP.
I was gonna say a
Yeah.
bunch of them were banked at Silicon Valley. Is why we didn't hear from them.
Yeah, it's high risk. It's a bunch of high risk. It's a bunch of startup high risk debt, and you can just go to the Fed and get guaranteed 5% or 4%. So why are you going to go buy a book of risky tech startups?
Why are you going to go buy a book of British bonds when you can just buy American ones? I mean, that's
you fucked up when WallStreetBets is asking you to explain your YOLOs.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a tinfoil hat for you guys. You know how Warren Buffett had established that bank in Brazil? I'm just kind of curious if anything of this has anything to do with that.
Oh, that new bank company
Yeah.
that they bought on the IPO. Whoa, that stock looks terrible, by the way.
It did terrible then.
I want to ask one more question outside of the bank. Lyft, it's almost trading low. Is it good time to buy? Because they're just saying that everything is fine in their reports, but just the pricing pressure.
Lyft, dude. Oh my god.
That's a hard term.
I mean, every bank's going to say they're fine. What do you think the reports are going to say? We're fucked, guys. Come run on the bank. We're out of money.
Everybody uses Lyft, right? It's there are only two things, either Uber or Lyft.
That's a good thesis. You should buy it.
Okay, thank you.
No, dude, don't go buy it.
Not? What?
Nope, bro. Just like look at their cash flow. Just see if they make money. If the company makes money, let me know what you think.
The thing is, like, when you're saying it, but right now I see the pricing pressure means like it's not making substantial money, but there's no competitor, right? There's only like if I need, I either take Uber or Lyft. I don't have any third party coming, right, in US.
I understand that.
The only reason I would be looking at Lyft is as an acquisition target. I don't think it's a sound investment, but down the road, there is a chance that they could get scooped up.
My problem with rideshare is that it's almost as if they're being regulated like utilities, especially in places like California and UK. UK at one point wanted to flat out ban ride shares because they were destroying the whole taxi service. California heavily regulates ride sharing, so we want to buy these stocks like for capital gains and for growth, but if they're going to be regulated like a utility, it'll almost be like a defensive stock rather than a growth stock, in my opinion.
Yeah, and wouldn't like self-driving, that kind of stuff, be a big headwind for them? I mean, like Tesla could just say, "Hey, download our app," and a Tesla will come get you. You don't need Uber, or Lyft, or whatever.
Exactly, and then Apple's getting involved in the whole vehicle space, and they're going to have their own driverless cars. I don't know when, but yeah, it's going to this rideshare is going to get more competitive, and it's going to get more regulated to a point where it might just be a utility. Just wanted to mention also back to FRC. So when I first got into the position, there was like literally no open interest on many of the strike prices. Today, open interest has at least for the calls, has gone through the roof. And also short interest is showing days to cover, 3 days to cover. So are we setting up for a gamma slash short squeeze? If we're allowed to mention short squeezes and gamma squeezes.
I remember you talking about them pretty early. Tell me you're up like 400% on your position.
Well, my strike price is $70, and I'm using debit spread. So with a debit spread, you kind of have to wait for the short leg to expire, hopefully expire worthless. And until your short leg expires, your profit is capped. So the position's not profitable yet, but I'm just waiting for theta decay to kind of erode my short position. So my short leg expires in April and my long leg expires in May, and they both have a strike price of $70. So I want FRC to stay under $70 by April, and then go as high as possible after April. So when my short leg expires, I'll decide if I want to close my long leg, take profit, or keep the position running. I can also maybe write another short leg expiring in May, and then either keep the premium or use the premium to roll down my long leg if the price has moved against me. So yeah, with debit spreads, you have a lot more optionality, but you just have to be patient. So yeah, look, yeah, the position's not profitable now, but that's only because the short leg has to theta decay.
So back to the one gentleman's play on Lyft, actually, in a really down market. It's only down 0.9%. I know it's still not making money, but what I'm looking for are my stocks that are beat up the most. And I actually brought this one up in the bag holders or anonymous or whatever the heck it was called Sunday. So I may actually, my Adidas is down 5%. I may actually double back down as my play. So
I noticed the FRC premiums were really high, and I was wondering if I had the desire to sell weeklies on it for put, what somebody thinks a sensible strike price would be at this point, because it's run down really low and now it's crawling back up, and I just kind of wanted to get a second opinion maybe.
Yeah, I mean, IV's really tasty. I mean, this is, these situations is what Theta Gang is made for. I just got a bit greedy. I mean, I was undecided between selling CSPs versus buying calls, and then I just leaned towards the degen YOLO trade. But yeah, selling CSPs on FRC is, I reckon, it's a very good idea when IV's low. But obviously choose a strike price that you're comfortable with. Strike price that's not going to keep you up at night.
I mean, if there's a pretty good amount of confidence that if I sell it at a $30 strike price and it doesn't hit it, great. But if it does hit it, it's going to be over 30 again relatively soon. I don't care. I can gut out a loss for a while if it's going to make me a profit in the near to moderate future.
Yeah, and I think look, the golden rule for selling options is, well, at least cash secured puts. You have to ask yourself, would I feel comfortable owning this security at this price if I was to get assigned? And if you can answer yes to that question, then it should be a good trade, because even if you get assigned, then you're comfortable with that. And obviously, if you're in a wheel, you can write covered calls and collect even more premium. I mean, I'm fully confident owning FRC. I don't think it's the next bank to go under. Maybe Credit Suisse, but FRC seems to be all right with its liquidity revolving facility from JP Morgan, and plus the new big banking facility. I keep forgetting the acronym, but I just don't picture it failing now, given the support that these regional banks are going to have already, will be receiving should they need it.
Yeah, I think the challenge is that maybe they won't fail, but if anyone else smells like they might fail, if there's even like a Credit Suisse in a totally different continent that has some investor saying that they won't or can't invest a little more money than was expected in that company, it can cause impacts to confidence in the banking sector as a whole, because there's so much sort of cross correlations of people's confidence and mood about the sector. So I think what you have to do with the cash secured put in this case is just be very comfortable with that strike price, and knowing that for reasons outside of the fundamental reasoning for that particular stock, you could have it drop because of because it's dropping in sympathy with some other institution that is not directly related, having some impacts. So I would just be careful with those cash secured puts, because if you get shaken out of it, it can really hurt.
That's a good point too. That even if it is fundamentally strong, there is the subject of irrational selling anyway. So I think I might, if I do it, I think I might pull the trigger at a bit of a conservative one, because right now I'm looking at a $1.25 premium for expiring Friday on a 25 strike. And while I almost feel like that may not actually strike and assign me the shares. I mean, free money is free money. And if it does assign me the shares, I guess that'll give me a little bit of a cushion.
What ticker are we talking about here?
FRC.
FRC. Yes, FRC.
Can I also add? I think a much safer way to play regional banks, especially if you want to sell cash secured puts, is to maybe do CSPs on the KRE ETF, because it's a regional bank ETF, and this has dropped 22% in the last 5 days and 31% in the last month. I mean, that's the best time to sell cash secured puts, when the underlying has dropped. So if you don't feel comfortable owning a single name that can be the next bank to fail, then just do the CSPs on KRE.
Yeah, I think that's really smart. I think using ETFs when you're doing kind of headline-based trading makes a lot of sense. That being said, I'm very large into a single regional name at this point, so I teach their own.
I'd extend out the strike price. The strike price is too close to what it's trading at for the environment.
Oh shit! What's up, Georgia?
Hey, Luce, how you doing?
Morning,
Good.
Jordan.
How are you?
So what do you think would be a sensible strike price, Georgia?
I would go out further, because I'm a coward and I'm scared.
I mean, 2250 still has a premium of like 90, and 20 is at 70. So neither of those are bad premiums to pick up.
1750 strike. 1750 strike. You're still getting, like you said, free money is free money. I mean, why push it so hard?
I think the premiums are so high on FRC, you can afford to do a spread and still, like, I don't think you should be greedy, because if something really bad happens, that's a lot of money you're losing. So just do a spread, just hit your risk. You get paid a shit ton selling that premium. Make the spread wide if you want.
I'll have to figure out how to set those up.
Also, I would go out to April. I mean, the premiums going further out is like way better.
So, like on like a trade station, you can, which I haven't used in a while. Don't they quote those as being together? They put the contracts together, but he's long shares also. So
you already have shares, so you're just trying to make money on the options.
Yeah, I mean, just extend it out to, I would do like the strike 1750 or even lower. And the environment is dangerous to you. Don't make it like, don't go across on the street blind. Yeah, and so, and then just roll back in and buy more stock if that's where you want to be. I would. That's what my move would be.
So you would set the option to a longer expiration to get a bigger premium at a very low strike price, on the underlying assumption that it's going to recover, and that strike price will just never even remotely close to come to fruition.
That's not how it works with selling puts. The reason you sell puts is because you're happy to accept assignment of the shares at that price. If you're leveraged, then you need to manage, right? But if the stock price moves down in a big way, and you're only getting paid at like 70 cents or whatever strike you're looking at, it drops, it plummets, and like FRC's fucked. You didn't get paid that risk. It looks like a lot, but that's the risk, right? Like that's the risk for a lot of these regional banks. Suddenly, something happens that people didn't really know about, but are expecting, but didn't know whether it's the problem or not. So that's the risk you're running, and you're getting paid shit for that risk. So that's the way I see it. It's how much are you being compensated for the risk you're taking, and if you go further out, you are far better compensated. And if you turn into a spread, then you're hedged against potential, bankruptcy. I think that's a smart way to do it. You're already being offered a ton of money by the market, so
But he already
like they say,
said
bulls make money, bears are going to hogs get slaughtered, man.
but he doesn't regularly do spreads though, so there's an element there. So
To learn spreads, because if you sell puts on a stock that has a risk of going under, that's not a good. It's riskier than selling a spread. You know what I'm saying? So like you got to learn spreads if you're going to play stocks like this.
I swear by spreads. When I learned them, it was just it was an epiphany for me. I hardly buy. I buy options more than sell them. By the way, sorry. I mean I pay a debit rather than receive a credit. I should say, because I'm long and short. That's what a spread is, I guess. But if you're buying a call debit spread or a put debit spread, the short leg absorbs some of the IV and it absorbs some of the theta, and it just mitigates your risk significantly. So I'm probably never going to go back to long calls and long puts ever again.
I'll take a little bit of time to digest that information. The more you guys lay it out that way, the more I think you're right, and I appreciate you pointing it out.
I think for everyone saying fuck spreads, I think you have a lot to learn, and I think you should watch some videos. Like watch Tasty Trade. Tasty Trade makes it so damn easy to learn, man. So like if you had bad luck with spreads, they just weren't working for you. It means you need to learn more about spreads. Pure and simple.
Yeah, or they faded you. So.
If I feel like it, right? But then always make sure you're hedged and understand the play that you're making. If there's a chance of bankruptcy and you're selling naked options, you need to understand there's a shit ton of risk, and that's like the definitive moment where you should sell spreads. So it's just stuff like that you need to understand, I think.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me with the way you explain it. So I think I might sit this one out or maybe paper trade it and try tinkering with spreads and just to see how it goes. So maybe the next time we get a disaster, I'll know enough about what I'm doing to take a shot at it.
Well, it sounds like you're moderately bullish. I mean, is it the worst thing in the world to buy the underlying just to go long the shares?
I mean, I guess that's why you would sell put, right? But I mean, you could buy like a few shares. But if you're trying to make premium, like I think initially you was talking about the massive premiums, right? Because I think you said you already have shares. So
may as well sell a put to see if I can get it at a better price. And I saw the
analyze tab, just you can see like your max risk on the spread. You can adjust that however the hell you want, And then if we go out to April and you want to do it again, you could just roll the short put, and if everything looks good by then, I mean by April, we should know like if First Republic is good to go. I think they actually have earnings coming up, so you're gonna know by then. But that's the key: is you are gonna take risk of earnings. So I mean, yeah, the premium's still there. If you want the shares and you think the stock's good to go, sure. Like I think it's a good trade. I made the same trade, except I turned mine into arbitrage. I can't lose money on it. It's riskless spread. But I don't think it's a bad trade. I think just selling puts without actually wanting the stock and without actually knowing what's going to happen, I think that's a bad trade. That's all I'm saying. So I think spreads are still good.
Yeah, I was on the fence about wanting the stock. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean they could take a turn for the worst and absolutely go under, and that is, yeah, that's a lot of money at risk for a little bit of money in hand.
And to be clear, I'm bullish on FRC. I think they're good to go. Yes, there is a riskless spread. It's called when you buy a spread, you sell an option, and then you hedge against that option by buying a long option, and you pay less for that option than the difference between the spread. So you end up having your max risk is positive. So strictly bear, you are strictly wrong.
But sorry, just want to clarify. So you just described a credit spread, whereas I'm using a spread, but it's a debit spread. So mine's pretty much the inverse of yours. Because I want, I want long delta exposure. But I guess the point I'm trying to say is spreads from WallStreetBets perspective is a bit different from Theta Gang perspective. With Theta Gang, your profit is capped, whereas with the way I'm trading them, paying a debit, profit can be uncapped. Assuming the short leg expires and your long leg, your long leg is got another month or so. If you're using a calendar debit spread.
Okay, strictly bear. I'm going to post a picture since words don't seem to work. I'm literally posting a picture of the trade that I made, so you can say it's a riskless spread. If you're talking about assignment, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about I can't lose money on it. Oh, there you go.
I'm very interested in this.
You have to time it, and it's not like you got to know what you're doing, to be clear, and you have to be right. So you kind of have to predict prices. But I mean, I don't think anybody should just try to do that because it can be risky, like legging in. But yeah, risk is in the timing, but it's now riskless. Do you understand? Created a riskless spread is what I said. You want to see my tits? Elliot, are you trying to play music?
No, but the hanging with it.
He has been. Sorry, George. Go ahead.
I think I want to see his tits though. The hanging with it guy. That guy up there.
So basically, you make the point in your spread that your risk has expired, and you'll at least have either break even or profit no matter what. That's what you're trying to say, right, Luce?
Right. But it did require some timing, and that's basically what I do. What I try to do on all of my trades. It's easy to do when you do like diagonals or calendars, rather than using like the same expiration because there could be more risk before you create that riskless spread. So yeah, calendars, diagonals, like this is one of my primary trading strategies.
I see the benefit, although I think at this point maybe I don't have the skill yet to take a risk like this one. So I might just pass on this FRC move, even though like I see that it's really good, and I agree with you that I think it's bullish. Looking a little bit deeper into them, I just think I might not be where I need to be skill wise to not risk really getting myself into trouble.
If only 99% of the rest of the sub could admit the same thing.
Yeah, buddy, I like that. I kind of always say that if you don't understand the trade or the company or what you're buying in an ETF, don't do it. And that's awesome that you have that discipline to not pull the trigger, even though it's from it's the gospel, right? Luce ain't gonna steer you wrong. It's mathematically correct. We don't know what's gonna happen, but the math makes sense.
I won't steer you wrong yet.
Well, here's the thing. I can mimic the trades that Luce or Hardy make, but at the end of the day, I'm not Luce or Hardy, so they'll know to make adjustments, and I'm not going to know to make adjustments. That's not.
True,
it's
man.
not the thing.
Very true.
Pour this man a scotch. That's about the wisest thing I've heard all day.
Yes, and you guys should know that all the YouTubers, all the people selling their bullshit, like, here are my trades, enter my trades. They're fucking scammers, man. Like, don't copy people's trades. Understand their trade and try to make it work for yourself, So
Hmm.
yes, don't be
Yeah.
scammed. Don't listen to the retards that are trying to sell you bullshit.
Yeah, I've been kind of hand wringing the past 2 weeks because I think overall I'm down like 6% in the last 2 weeks with all the market shit. But at the same time, I think I was up 12% before this. So I'm still in the green for the year. I don't want to keep eating losses if I can avoid it, but I also don't want to start struggling and do something stupid that makes me lose more money.
Word.
Time is on your side.
Covered calls, man. Covered calls. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I have all of my losses are because I'm holding shares that are going down as the market goes down, and I've been
But-
selling covered calls on them and occasionally some puts. But that's basically what I'm doing.
Yeah, but that's what the market wants you to do, is to sell covered calls in a downswing, because you got to be careful, because in like 1 or 2 months, it depends on how long out they go. But that's what the market is always looking for. They're trying to get that out of me. I'm me writing covered calls in a downturn, and the thing is, not so much. It's up. It's when like stuff, mountains, peaks. It's when it goes up a little bit. That's when, like, you write the covered calls. You write too many of them, you get yourself in a lot of trouble. I have 25 covered calls at the moment.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
just
right
going to
now-
say, I just wanted to say covered calls on FRC might actually be very risky at this time, because one covered call means you have to buy 100 FRC, and it's trading at $30 now. It's gone down, but that means you have to put up a cost basis of $3,000 just to write one covered call. And if FRC drops further than 30, your underlying's underwater. So yeah, I mean, covered calls on really volatile stocks might be risky, although the premium on selling the calls is juicy.
Hey, Luce, do you own any calls on Adobe? I'm taking a look at the April 21st 340 calls.
No, Adobe. I've been watching them for a long time, and that might be one of the stocks that I never buy, because I just think they're perpetually overvalued.
Okay.
They got close. I think they got close. Like, you could have made a case back when they were at like 280. I think you definitely could have made a case, but for me, I think the markets were pricing them as if they're going to be just fine during a recession. I don't really see that. Like, and I won't say like I just don't believe it. I'll just say I don't understand it.
Yeah, that Figma acquisition gave you like the first opportunity in a long time to get in on that. I looked at it as well. I think I ended up getting a small position and scalping, but yeah, it seems like it's always running hot. I think Intuit's quite similar, actually.
Yeah, when the deal fell apart, sold off pretty hard. I actually initiated a position, got in pretty low, and it's starting to run back up. They report earnings today, so I'm optimistic. We'll see. That's it's one of my smaller positions. I'm mostly I'm long Nvidia and Nvidia leaks. Anybody in here holding Nvidia?
Oof. I think that's like the most overvalued stock out of the
Yeah,
big
I'm
tech
actually
stocks.
short Nvidia.
That's crazy. I hear so many people are short Nvidia, and I understand the argument based on valuation and forward PE, but I just feel like the opportunity that they have in front of them, and the way that they have their tentacles in a variety of markets, I'm
So
it's easy,
let me
it's
ask you a
easy for me
quick
to say.
question. Let me ask you a quick question, just to kind of, because like, I mean, I'm not saying that Nvidia doesn't have, let's use quote, opportunity. Let's ask the question of, where do you honestly think the market as a whole is going to be over the next 6 months?
Yeah, next 6 months, it's certainly a little hairy. I'm a long-term investor. I mean, I've been in Nvidia. Full disclosure,
No, I get that. I get that. But so here's my point, though. If you're a long-term investor, and especially in Nvidia, and you're looking at their price is relatively high right now, especially when you're considering the fact that a lot of companies are going to be contracting over the next 6 to 12 months simply because of where the economy is going. Everybody's trying to save money. I mean, look, Meta just laid off an additional 10,000 people. When you start all these layoffs, especially like with tech companies, what else do you think is going to happen? The next contraction that's really going to happen is people are going to be saving money, not doing upgrades. They're not going to upgrade whatever their computer system was or whatever. And because of all of that, in very small, like they're not going to come out and tell you, oh, we're not upgrading our computer systems. So, but you're going to see that in Nvidia's earnings report 9 months from now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on the other side of the trade, so obviously, I'm a long-term guy. So for the people that are short 6 months out, I hope that all traders make money. Again, I mean, I've been in here since 2015.
As do I.
Yeah, I got a question for you, Juddy.
Yeah.
Okay. I get you like the business, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard the saying there's a difference between the business and the stock?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So if I have a hang on. That wasn't my real question, but my question is, okay, here you go. I got a business opportunity for you. I'm a high growth businessman. I'm following good trends and I have a good track record. Give me $100 today, and I'll give you $1 in a year. I'll give you $2 next year. Maybe I'll give you $2 or $3 the year after. Does that sound like a good deal for you?
It sounds like I'm being pitched by someone that's short Nvidia.
That's how Nvidia is priced. I'm basing that off of its PE.
Yeah,
forward, earnings.
Yeah.
I'm honestly, I'm not passionate about Nvidia. I'm selling strangles on Nvidia actually, so I'm just trying to make money off the premiums. But I'm not trying to run into a short position on Nvidia because I typically don't short companies that have strong businesses despite the valuation. But
Right.
I do agree with Mr. Java. If the economy contracts, if the markets contract, Nvidia's got a long way to go, and they just had zero growth last year. They're being priced as like the fastest growing tech stock ever. They had zero growth last year. This is how Cisco was priced before the tech bubble bursted. That's what I see. Like, it's almost exactly the same.
No, I get
So,
it. I mean,
I think it's tough.
Yeah, we're rapidly approaching the 52-week high. I mean, we're only, $40 away from the 52-week high. So,
yeah, I think it was close to 300 pre-split. So it's definitely getting there. But again, I mean, my long-term thesis is intact. I think that, the opportunities that they have, automotive, obviously data center. And one of the things that nobody talks about is healthcare. I think that they have an opportunity to really knock on the door for healthcare. So again, guys,
my wife's actually in healthcare, and I can tell you for a fact that everyone is cut. Like they cut water bottles in healthcare right now at the hospital. So I mean, as far as that's concerned, I mean they're not going to be buying more stuff in Nvidia because they're trying to raise the salaries of their nurses, their techs, their doctors, and stuff like that in order to keep them because they're under such duress over the last 3 years. So you're not going to see giant expenditures on tech going into a contracting market from the healthcare sector. Again, in my opinion, I think Nvidia is going to contract to 180 before you see them hit their next 52-week high.
So as a contrarian viewpoint, and because we're all beating up on Juddy, I'll just say, so I work in a company that services healthcare technology, and we work with one of the largest healthcare institutions in the world, and they have a multi-billion-dollar effort around healthcare AI, and they're putting in a lot of money, including into our company, for providing technology services. So.
Okay.
Thank you,
I
sir.
mean,
Thank
I
you, sir.
could very well be wrong.
I was,
Yeah,
I was
and
crying in
I'm
the
with
corner.
with
No,
Mr.
I don't
Java on
feel
that.
attacked, guys. My wife is actually a physician as well. So yeah, I mean, right now I'm playing with house money. Like I said, I've been long since 2015. I've done a lot of good things, trimming on the way up. I was able to pay off my house, my car.
So you do trim.
I trim a little bit, yeah.
Why did you say? Okay, look, I get
Well,
it.
no-
You bought a while back. You got a good cost basis, right?
Yeah.
I think all Mr. Java and I are really saying is you're overpaying. That's what the valuation is telling you.
Exactly.
It's
Yep.
fine. You
Yes,
can.
Luce.
I agree. Smohan, business great. Nvidia, greatest company in the fucking universe. Hell yeah, man. Nvidia, fuck yeah, right? You're overpaying. Just based on
It's
valuation, it's the most overvalued big tech stock there is, and it looks like Cisco. I'm not embellishing that. It looks like Cisco before the tech bubble. That's it.
Yeah.
So
I
if it were
I actually bought
I
this
would trim.
Yeah, I actually put 50% of my portfolio into Nvidia on the release of their A100 data center processing unit. It's like an all-in-one sort of AI and compute unit back in like late 2020. I sold it in, I don't know, Q1, Q2 of 2021 because the valuation got crazy quickly, and that was hundreds and hundreds of points ago. So I'm on board with you. I can't figure out the valuation. I haven't been in the stock because of it, even though I love the business. Yeah.
My very first stock recommendation to someone was Nvidia, who invested in it, and then I want to say it was like $17 a share back when I was like, yeah, we should definitely, throw some money into Nvidia. It was literally the very first recommendation I ever made to a friend.
But we don't actually make recommendations, though.
No. I'm sorry. You're correct. I apologize. No, that was on a personal level, like
you're
literally
good.
billions of years ago.
I love that Georgia's got the script, right? Georgia's got the script. I love it.
Just get this. Over the past 5 years, this is the highest valuation Nvidia is traded at over the past 5 years, including coming out of COVID. It's insane, man. Like in a bear market, that's insane. I would be feeling very blessed, and I'd be like, "Thank you, Nvidia, for providing me these excess profits. I will now withdraw some of those profits."
Is it possible that it's richly valued for a reason, though? That's all. That's my theory.
No, I think we have. Go ahead, continue. I'm sorry.
No, that was my cat. She's climbing up all over me. No, that was
okay.
it. That's all I had.
I just think we have. We're coming out of one of the largest bull markets of all time, and there's a little bit of a denial that's like setting in with with half of the market is they still want to be bullish, but to Luce's effect, you have to look your forward P&E, and if you don't, you're going to get caught with your pants down, and you're like, what happened to my gains from the last 5 years?
So
also, yes,
if I could,
on Nvidia, okay, remember that they're building this giant tech to become out in Arizona. All different kinds of companies, government's involved. In fact, the government wants it to happen. And Nvidia, remember, one of the things about Nvidia was its video cards, its boot up sequence chips, but then also the onboard video deals that they were doing on actual motherboard, circuit board, computer motherboard to have HD on your computer. So their game, very much their big game is going to be over. So I'm doing leap puts if I can afford them, which I probably can't, on Nvidia. Still greatest company ever, but
sell more porcelains, Georgia. Then you can buy those puts.
Yes, sir. Nvidia's the greatest company ever.
Yeah. Hey, Juddy, we say this because we care. We don't want you to lose your gains, okay? We're not mad. We're not mad.
No, it's
Juddy,
okay.
I'm with you.
I know
I'm
what
with
I'm
you.
up
I'm
against.
the biggest
Here.
fanboy.
It's all love, man. It is. I'm cool. I like I said, I did trim a little bit on the rise up. I still have probably about 70 to 75% of my original position. So no, by all means, you guys do your thing, I'll do mine, and I hope that everyone makes money. That's all it is.
Indeed.
So here's
I was gonna
one
say-
bullish.
Is Hardy in here? Oh shit. Oh, okay.
So do you
Never
guys think the markets are going to be like sideways and then going up from here, or do you think like we're going to go lower? I mean, it seems like the bottom might be in already.
No, I say sideways and then lower. I don't think that this interest has yet to finish playing out, and I think people, according to I believe the futures, they're already starting to price in interest rate cuts for the end of the year, and I think it's a little premature to wave the white flag on that.
Sideways kangaroo until FOMC.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say one bullish thing for Juddy is that there is a risk of that. The interest rates may actually get cut. So when that happens, tech stocks fly. Maybe the PE isn't so outrageous in Nvidia.
You're not
Wait,
saying cut.
Wait, as tech stocks fly, the PE will be even more outrageous.
Yeah.
they still have to make more money, you know? But I agree.
Yeah, and they're coming out of a
sentiment,
chip.
right?
Yeah, they're also coming out of like
I get
when
it.
we were.
What I meant was
Go ahead.
All right.
Juddy, look what you did. Look what you did, dude. You mentioned one ticker, and here we are, 20 minutes later.
I'm sorry, man. I'm just, I don't know. I've had a lot of
I'm glad we're not
arguments
talking about banks anymore.
with bears about Nvidia over the years. My father-in-law, we argue about it to no end. But
You come from a long line of Nvidia shareholders.
Nvidia, yeah. Well, he sold it
Bag
in like 2018 when I guess that was the crypto winter, or maybe it was 2017. He sold it either during one of the first crypto busts, or when jerk off Andrew Left was shorting it. One of those times he decided to get out. But it's one of my greatest trades. So I have personal attachment to it. I haven't been able to let go. I definitely understand the valuation arguments, especially in this environment of rising interest rates. But I just feel like the runway that they have in front of them, once the dust settles, once things get better, they eventually will. I'm talking 5 to 10 years. I'm not talking in the springtime. I just think they're a great company to hold. And the last thing I got for you guys is I'm a fan of Jensen Wang. I think that he is just a brilliant guy. The A100s are going to be huge, and I'll be here. I'll check in on you guys, and you guys can let me know if I've made a bad trade or not.
Back to talk to Dr. Mobius. Oh, hey, a few stats for you. You know, AMD has outperformed Nvidia in stock price performance.
Done so well was the Nvidia. It's over now. But there's a battle between Intel and AMD and how to get HD video onto the computer screen. So this battle is over, and they played leapfrog the whole time.
What is this putting HD on the computer thing? What is that?
They want Georgia to turn on his camera.
Yeah, well, that would be like the video that is on your computer resolution. So it's they have a video card inside of the microprocessor now. It's actually that small, but it depends on which brand processor you're going with, AMD or Intel. But again, the battle is already over.
Oh, you're talking about integrated graphics?
Yeah, he's talking about the APUs, right? The AMD APUs, and how how Apple with the Apple Silicon they put the GPU and the CPU on the same chip.
I'm actually speaking about that and all other great things.
All of the great things. Elliot, what are you doing?
I mean,
You watching
AMD and
cartoons?
Intel have had integrated graphics in their processors for a while, and AMDs have always been significantly better than Intel's in terms of performance. I mean, I still think they both do them pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much of that is the growth story. It's probably more, AMD having bought like Xilinx and getting into data centers and getting into like cloud compute as a compute option and being a pretty cost effective one because they're more power efficient than Intel.
Yeah, AI is the big thing right now. Cloud computing, big data, shit like that. I don't think graphics are nearly as competitive as they used to be because, let's be honest, Nvidia and AMD are pretty much handling that. Intel's stepping in, but not doing great.
You need the GPU for accelerated AI. Sorry.
No, I was just saying that I like meeting people that are smarter than me. So that's a good one. That's good.
I'm curious how y'all feel about Intel, but with us talking about Nvidia, actually, because they're pretty low stock-wise. I feel like I mean, it could just be me. I feel like they're definitely not priced at what they should be, especially what with the government agreement that they want to move semiconductor manufacturing over here, and Intel is the one who apparently is taking the reins of that. I'm curious how you feel about it, if anyone knows about it.
Well, I was thinking something similar. We're for the past 2-3 months we've been talking about ChatGPT and AI. So the more powerful AI gets, and also with quantum computing, becoming more advanced, doesn't that mean we need more powerful CPUs? Because I feel like we only talk about Nvidia or GPUs, but I hardly hear people talking about CPUs. So who's going to be the dominant CPU provider?
I mean, doesn't Nvidia tamper with AI anyway? I don't know how they do it. I just know that they're using their chips to process AI.
Right. So you need video cards. You need specifically NVIDIA video cards and their CUDA architecture to run significantly accelerated AI workloads in training or especially in inferencing, where
It's
there's
the
often
A1. It's the A1000 chip, I believe. Is that what it's called?
A100.
Right. So their A100 unit is like a all in one kind of AI and compute processing unit for data centers, and it's very cost effective. Is the major selling point. They're kind of putting a lot of the hardware all in one deployment, one like physical deployment, like a rack. If you've seen like a data center before, they've got the blade servers. Those are CPUs typically. A100 is sort of AI enabled, so it's got the graphics card. It's got compute in there, standard compute with CPUs, but it's very powerful, very cost efficient, and all in one system, so people can kind of deploy a little more easily. But I think the broader question here is, some people are talking about CPUs and AMD versus Intel in the context of AI, and so what you have to consider is there are some tasks, some analytics tasks that can be run on a CPU. But when you talk about sort of commercial production grade, very fast training and inferencing that's needed for something like computer vision, for anything from self-driving cars to predictions on the route and the driver to assign for your navigation system or your right-hand system. Almost all of these require a GPU because to run those same training or inference workloads on CPU would take too long. So that's where NVIDIA has a massive advantage, is in AI application. Now your typical, sorry.
I was going to say, is Nvidia commercially how big is Nvidia's commercial market share? Because I feel like commercially Intel dominates, at least in the processing. But I mean, they're not doing much in AI. Notable. I'm curious how large Nvidia's is, because I feel like commercially, I've heard more people that I've worked with tend to screw around with Intel processors when it comes to servers and data, more than I've ever heard anyone use Nvidia.
And just gonna say real quick for the nerds that know a lot, you guys need to space out what you say a little bit more. It's just for the audience. You know what I mean? Said a lot of words. A lot of us don't know those words. and some of us fell asleep.
Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to bore the shit out of you. My bad.
I almost crashed my car.
It sounds like every other day that you drive. Oh, crazy Croats.
Just wanted to say Credit Suisse looks like it's getting worse. So I think their shares got halted or something.
Yeah, I think they halted the shares because they said there was a 20% drop in the pre-market, and they were trying to just lock it down.
And also, who was it? Sorry. Damn, someone just said in the messages. I can't find the message. But basically, the Swiss Central Bank refused to comment on a question about Credit Suisse or something. So yeah, it doesn't look pretty.
Feel a lot of fear-based mongering today, but I digress.
Yeah, mindless investment. The guy that took a long time to try and ask a question, but nothing came out. He wants to be unmuted. I say we do a vote in the chat. Should we unmute mindless investment? He says he literally runs an AI company. Should we unmute him?
And he came to Wall Street Bets. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming to Wall Street Bets as you're running an AI company. Yeah, never mind. I digress.
Probably bank.
I vote yes. I vote yes. Let's do the AI.
Okay, and for those saying give him a chance, that's what we did. But we'll give him another chance. Mindless investment 1, not 0, not the first one.
Hey, hold on, Luce. Hold on. Can I say one? Where's mindless investment? Can you come up real quick? I just want to say
he's up. Yeah, he's up.
Why didn't you call yourself 01? Little play on AI there.
All right. Okay, you're unmuted. Mindless investment. Look at this. Is this going any differently than anyone expected?
No, I didn't want to ask him AI questions. I didn't want to go there, but let's go.
There he is.
Hello?
We're getting cries for a full ban of mindless investment.
Yeah, am I the only one that's
I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, there we go. Did you pull up your AI dictionary cheat sheet? Let's go.
What's happening right now? I'm a bit confused.
What the fuck? We just unmuted you.
Invited you back in because
you're harassing us. Good people voted to unmute you. This is democracy, and as is typical, democracy is failing. Do you have anything to tell us?
Yeah, something insightful. What's your question?
I don't really have a question.
There's a glitch in the matrix, man.
I feel like the topics we've moved on, so there's not much more for me to add.
We were talking about AI. We haven't moved anywhere.
No, you just started talking about Credit Suisse or something. Huangin, or whatever his name is.
Well, you mentioned you have experience in AI specifically. You're at a company that works with AI, and we can hop back on that topic. We weren't too far from it.
All right. Well, I mean, I agree with Jutti, whatever his name is, about how Nvidia is like an incredibly there's a lot of potential with Nvidia, and I think they're at the forefront of this whole AI sort of bubble or revolution. Obviously, you've all spoken about the A100s and how that's powering a lot of data centers, and it's the type of hardware you need to actually train a lot of these large models, especially the ones with like billions. Some people even train the models of trillions of parameters. So you need really beefy hardware to actually train.
It's actually not true at all. They do not run it from billions of parameters. That's not true. They actually create separate modules for the parameters so that they can disconnect it in the case that
you've not really made a point there. My point was they require.
This information is scared simple, Vice away. Good job.
What was that?
Simple is gone. You killed Simple.
Well, he said he was in an accident, right?
I'm just wondering why he's. I mean, what's the point of this conversation? I mean, are you here to educate us on AI? Like I mean, what book you want to read?
All right, people, another vote. Should we allow mindless investment to continue speaking? Vote now.
Can I ask him a question?
No.
Can I ask him one question? I just want to ask him a
Yes, like
question. Do you know who
okay.
Stuart Russell is? Do you know who Stuart Russell is?
Stuart Russell,
Yeah. Okay, Peter
the
Norvig.
rat
Do you know who
from the
Peter
movie,
Norvig is? Peter Norvig.
the little
Yes or
rat,
no?
Stuart Little.
Tom Cruise.
Oh my!
All
Get this guy out
Elliot.
here.
Holy
Bro.
shit, man. This is fucking hilarious. Oh, goddamn.
Peter
Good
Norvig
votes.
and
Good
hey,
votes,
ladies and
people.
gentlemen, if you don't know Stuart Russell and Peter Norvig, they are the founders of basically artificial intelligence manual.
Oh,
So I digress.
Laughing. Had to mute you. Big Swagger, who are you? Let's see. Sure, let's bring you up.
I mean, it should have been obvious he was fucking LARPing when he said he was the CEO of an AI company or something, the head of one, whatever.
Well, we like to be democratic. We like to let the good people of WallStreetBets vote, and they did vote. We had about a 13% voter turnout, which is record.
I'll say the sound of his voice didn't match the all caps objections he had in chat. I thought he was going to be yelling. He was not yelling. That was pleasant.
He was too calm.
Considering that that wasn't a very hard act to follow, may I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Yo, what up, earlier, you guys were talking about valuing, and in a lot of the bank contagion that it's come up is in reference to what happened in 2008. And in 2008, the CDOs were underwritten. The value of that was real estate. Is there anything like a corporate debt CDO? Because if the banks are failing and they're holding a bunch of corporate debt, that's all based off of blue sky. The valuation of those companies is mostly blue sky because when they get into receivership, there's going to be hardly anything to sell. I was wondering if there's such a thing as a CDO corporate debt.
Isn't that like a swap, but a debenture, certified debenture offer? Is that what you're asking about? No, it's CDO. I think. Certain corporate types, maybe high yield or
Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me.
So it's investing on debt.
I've wondered the same. I figure it's got to be through like an ETF for somebody. Somebody's got to have some sort of product to let people, normal investors, get access to that. Because I've only ever heard of it in like investment banking, those like swap markets and such.
You're gonna need an ISDA for that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm feeling you're gonna have to be an accredited investor, right? Be able to have that kind of market.
I'm in no way that size. What I'm trying to get at here is the fact that talking about what the value of the market is. You guys were talking about is it going to run sideways and go up or sideways and go down? I'm thinking it's going to go barely sideways and potentially plummet because if we look at just recently in 2008, at the end of the day, and I hate to use that term, but when all of the leverage through CDOs, it was still backed by the hard asset of real estate, had an intrinsic value of a roof over somebody's head. So when that got flushed through, and if look at a bank like Bank of Illinois that went out of business and FDIC took over, and it took 9 years to get those obligations paid. Anyway, what is in a regional bank, and there is, it goes under. Most of these corporations have corporate debt. There's a bunch of corporate debt on the books that balloons in 5-year increments. What is the risk of that?
Sorry, what was the question?
Yeah, yes.
I have no idea what the risk of that would be.
I'm not saying talking about the risks of CDOs, and CDOs are an investment on corporate debt. I guess the risk would be that when it collapses, I guess you could write it off. But if the company collapses, you're, I guess, straddled with a dead debt. But I don't think you'd be at obligation to pay it back because it's not your debt. You're just investing in them to pay back their debt.
I mean, I think the long answer on this, I mean, yes, there has been a definite rise of zombie corporations in the last 3 years. And the interest rates are set to kind of trim that because the more zombie corporations an economy has overall, you can literally cripple the entire economy as interest rates come up and they're no longer able to pay off that debt at the higher interest rates. I mean, it's what happened to Japan. I touched on it a couple days ago. But I think the best thing to do is literally as I don't think there's necessarily going to be a CEO, but maybe buy puts in some of these corporations that do have that are considered a zombie corporation, and if they go down, then you win.
Yeah, I think the hard part there is identifying these zombie corporations that he's trying to bet against first.
You know, I don't win. But here in Georgia, one time, I had like this job. My job was to get trained. And so I went down into southern Georgia, way south. And then so this debt collector, he's supposed to be teaching me how to collect the debt. And literally is put your foot right in between the door. They can't close the door.
Fucking crying over here. Elliot,
Yeah.
I need to take a break. Can you
No,
handle?
but-
We're simple. I need some coffee. I'm laughing my ass off over here.
No,
I mean, I'm trying to hold it in myself, but I mean, I don't know what the fuck.
I'm fucking dying. I've been laughing this
mean,
whole
what the
fucking time reading the comments.
Lewis,
I
we got
mean,
you
guys,
covered.
ladies and gentlemen, throw up the Doge for Georgia and his transgressions. I mean, fuck, what a life, bro. What a life.
So like the
Only
next
give us
day,
money, then
we
ban.
go out. No, he
I
just
mean,
trained
holy
me.
jeez.
As then as the guys got in the front door. Like what the hell happened to the front door? You put your foot in and it broke it. I was like, no.
Yeah, putting the foot the foot in the front door. I got it. Anyway,
Yeah.
let's stick to plays. Unless you have like a Home Depot play or Lowe's, we can definitely talk about that.
But he cut the front
Hey,
door off.
I
for
was
firewood.
very interested
Stay
in that
warm.
story, sir. Don't take this from me.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the guy cut his front door off for firewood to stay warm, and I'm supposed to go collect his like toaster oven for collateral. Jesus Christ!
Yeah, no, appreciate that, Georgia. Always appreciate the stories. Man, I feel like I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I'm at a fireplace, in an old home, just listening to Grandpa right now. Anyway, I digress.
Don't talk to
Those
George.
HD puts are looking pretty nice. And if you guys don't know Georgia, he's actually an entrepreneur, serial entrepreneur. He does sell an interesting item on eBay. Is that not right, Georgia?
Yeah, you get on the silent treatment with Georgia.
No, he's coming back.
I got to push to talk that little guy right there. So
there you go.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I saw everything from swords to yeah. I have lots of porcelain and everything in between. Actually, I do even have stone sculptures and so forth. And that's kind of
What about the one thing that Miss Georgia sells? Tell the room about that. eBay calls, by the way. I'm calling eBay calls on this. Can't hear you. You have to push that button a little better.
No, I am pushing it, but now you're talking about eBay. Why is it that you're talking about eBay? I'm trying to
Oh
sell
no,
that
you told us about that one time you sold Miss Georgia sold that one thing.
underwear. Yeah, but we sold, dude. This has gone nuts. Recently, I just sold a empty box. It's a box that the iPhone, the number one iPhone, came in, like the very first iPhone. It's just a box with the plastic and all the manuals. So I sold that for like $70. Some lady was giving it away, and I was like,
Wow.
I'm here in line. I do it every day, man. Like when I can get out. So yeah,
Appreciate that. Well, I
underwears.
don't want to lose my job as a volunteer over here at the Red Cross. So yeah, we appreciate your stories. Thank you so much. I don't want to take up the mic too much here. So if anyone's got some great plays or anything they're in right now, winning or losing, we want to hear about it.
Yo, I have a good play. I have a good play,
heard-
but it's encrypted in a wrap. It goes a little something like this.
This better be good.
I got a
Yeah,
swagger
please
like
don't make
whoa.
me lose my brain
All right,
cells.
you got it, bro. You got it. Look, check me out. I got a swagger like whoa. I got a dagger like what? I got a swagger like what? I got a swagger like whoa. Yeah.
That was good. Thank you.
Okay.
What the fuck?
That was
Okay, you guys are like totally turning it into full wow. Okay.
Georgia,
Georgia,
got autistic in here real
Georgia,
fast.
I hear you want to talk. Go ahead.
No, but I mean, so FRC is going down to like 30. So why don't we put in like a bid, I don't know, right at 29? This always works for me. You pick up a couple hundred shares at 29, yeah, and then tomorrow's another day. It's generally going to go down because that's what it's been doing.
This is
So,
live plays with Georgia.
yeah, no, so my account is like strapped at the moment. I mean, it's completely strapped. I have way too many stock options going on.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, so but I mean, why just you write it out for after that you write it out for whatever. So it depends on how much money people are willing to commit. And I would say,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Wow.
so how much? So how
Mhm.
much would people commit to this losing bank?
Well, we don't like to lose money here.
How much would you commit to the trade? It's going to trade. It's trading right at about 30. They put in an order. Put in an order for 28, and then put in an
Listen, I'm
order
going
for
to need
20.
your translation on these stock terms here. I'm not that.
The lighthouse in the storm. Sorry, George. Keep going, man. Talk your plays.
Yeah,
This is live trading with Georgia right now. Throw up the Doge if you guys want to hear Georgia talk about his live plays here. I want to get a temperature of the room. I don't want to,
His opinion here?
Like I have a better play.
Oh my gosh, you guys are great. This is why I come here. This is why I come here, to lose some brain cells. I mean, jeez. Wow.
And Brad, we pretty much had the AMA yesterday. Only one.
No, we need more. We definitely need a more in-depth AMA.
More than the 11
Gets better
hours.
every day.
All right. Here's my second play. My second play of the day. But I cannot afford
Live trading
this
with Georgia. Second play of the day.
Leap options on Nvidia. One call, one put, both long. You need $11,000 to do it. I think you're likely.
We got that kind of money, no problem.
I think I want.
You're just taking out
want
99% of this server.
Yeah. Oh well, shit. We're losing. We're losing people. Georgia, come on with some cheaper plays for us, please.
I did do my play. Nvidia.
Well, cheaper plays.
Cheaper though. Like for us that don't have that much money, maybe come in. What do you guys got? What's your guys' average wallet here?
Well, I was just going to suggest actually, if since you mentioned for traders that don't have much money, might be a perfect time for a PMCC, poor man covered call for FRC. imagine buying FRC at 30, and then in the future it goes back to its, goes back to 70, 100, but your long call is at 30. So you'll be riding PMCC, you'll be swimming in it. So now might be a very good time for PMCC on FRC if you're bullish on the bank.
Yeah, I'm sitting on a little over 10 G's, and I'd be willing to commit it to half of that at most to something if it looked good.
I can recommend Zim integrated shipping. I mean, I just heard about it recently. They're getting ready to pay a dividend of $6.40 per share. And they're about $22. So if you want the cheaper end of some money, they pay on April 4th. You can try that if you really don't have any money.
I was just about to say that. And by the way, they're not 22 anymore. They're 23.41. Is the quote
I bought them. Okay.
They're looking pretty nice. They had a huge day yesterday, and then it kind of trailed off a little bit. But
yeah, they fucking mooned a bit, about $3 or so that one day, and it might be because of the news of the dividend, because I guess Zim is notorious for having fat dividends. And I don't know, the stock, I mean, it's pretty much floored out at about the 20s. So it doesn't look too bad. It might go somewhere again. I don't know if it'll go. I don't think it'll go to 80 again. But $6 a share is nothing to scoff at, and you only need to be a holder right before April 4th.
Yeah, what the hell? Their dividend yield is literally 145%. Like, how is that not getting lowered?
I genuinely have no idea how they're doing it. I didn't question it though. That's what they're paying.
I mean, I don't think they paid the dividend after this quarter. Is what I'm seeing some articles saying. So I think.
Which ticker is that? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, this pings my too good to be true radar.
It might be.
Yes,
yeah, I didn't see the specifics of the dividend details.
No, they've been paying the dividend. It's been really nice, but the price appreciation has been the price depreciation has been horrendous the past several months.
Well, yeah, it's been doing nothing but dropping value, which might be why they're using the dividend to cover for the pretty bad losses over time. But I mean, I just got in a little bit before the that pump at about 19. So I mean, I haven't really lost much of anything at this point. If you can get in now and you aren't already a previous holder, you can get in, take the dividend, and dip once it's paid out. If it's what you want to do.
Which ticker is that?
ZIM.
Thank
I don't know. It sounds a little dangerous because I feel like it's widely known that this dividend is going to be immediately reduced. And I think you're going to be, racing for the door when everyone else knows the fire alarm is about to come on.
Yeah, you'll get a dividend and bag hold the underlying.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing actually right now. I bought in significantly higher than this, and the dividend kind of helps, but it may or may not be cut. I think I'm more bullish on the sector. I think the whole concept of deglobalization is a bit overblown. I think people will reject the higher prices that come with deglobalization en masse. So I'm playing it, more for the contrarian play on the whole deglobalization trend.
Well, the only thing I can think is if you don't really want to hold the stock, because it could very well have its dividends slashed to even lower, and if everyone's trying to escape, then, well, fuck it, obviously it's going to drop again. You could play the run-up. A lot of things like that, it's better to play the hype sometimes than to actually wait until the day of, because you never know. But it's doing pretty good right now. I don't really know how much higher it can possibly go, especially after it spiked so hard. It might just run until the dividend gets put out and dip like the day of. It's hard to say. I don't know much about them.
Can I ask a more general question? What criteria do you guys use for choosing between buying an option versus selling an option and collecting premium? Like for example, FRC, would you approach FRC from a Theta gang perspective, or would you approach it from a WallStreetBets YOLO perspective? Say for example, you're bullish, you're bullish on the stock, you think it's going to go up, so you want long delta exposure, but you could get long delta exposure by buying calls or selling cash secured puts. But how would you make that decision between buying long calls versus, selling cash secured puts?
I honestly can't remember the last time I've ever bought any option ever. Mostly because I prefer to just sell for the premium. As much as it might be a lower profit in the initial, I think over time it's just nice consistent profit in the premium, and you end up with the shares at the end if I want the stock anyway. I don't know if I'd do something like this on FRC personally. I've been doing it on Intel and just collecting small premiums because I want Intel. But for the most part, I have just been a seller. I don't think I've ever bought, at least not in the past couple of years.
Oh, yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah. So just slow and steady, safer approach.
Yeah, I don't like too much risk.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, so it boils down to risk tolerance.
I've been burned way too many times by the bullshit on this board to keep taking that many risks. So I've just decided that being the seller is probably a better alternative than putting in all my money on a SPY 0 date and hoping that it goes exactly the way that everyone's calling it will be.
Yeah. No, I always want to do it the Theta gang way, the safer way, but I just end up buying either calls or buying the puts. But yeah, I've been burnt by buying options quite a few times, so I get what you mean.
Yeah, I'm Theta gang just because I'm lazy. I just like to let that shit pay me for my time.
Yeah, fair enough. I wasn't expecting so many Theta gang on WallStreetBets though.
Well, when majority of the people here are probably buyers of options, it kind of makes more sense to sell to the people who are hyping this shit up than to be the buyer of the one who's going to get dunked on when something inevitably dips.
Yeah. So I just need my short leg on FRC to expire, hopefully worthless by April, and I should be good. Any other plays from anyone?
For me, just next week, more sundown
Come a
covered
little closer
calls.
to your mic, Georgia, there.
All right, what are we doing?
I have a question about IBM, if IBM is a good investment, especially since they are kind of leaders in AI-based hardware processing.
Yeah, IBM's been around for...
Go ahead.
Yeah, IBM's been around for ages, especially with AI, like going as far back as fucking Watson, that thing. But if I'm being honest, I haven't heard much news come out about them in any regard. They seem to have mostly just stagnated. As much as they are probably the big, they're a big player, but I haven't heard much about them doing anything. Like when I hear AI now, I'm hearing a lot of Nvidia, and IBM might not be worth going for, other than for maybe, I guess, if you just want an unmoving stock with just consistent dividends, I suppose. But I don't see any future for them at the moment. What with how they don't seem to be making any real movements. To be frank, I honestly couldn't tell you what they were doing.
Yeah, because they have the hardware technology. They probably hold most of the patents on that stuff as well. And the future, if AI is the future of AI processing is not in software, it's going to be in hardware. And IBM's got the hardware on the market today. And they just came out with, last year, they came out with this neural memory that's organic based. And it's like 1,000 times faster than current computing technology. It uses ions, not electrons. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, but AI is still software based, though. AI can never be hardware based. It's only software.
Well, the processing of that information and the memory and the speed of memory and the CPU required to do the processing, future is in the hardware for supporting AI.
Yeah, it's both hardware and
IBM's
software.
got the technology. Yeah, IBM's got the technology, and it's just a matter of time.
If we're talking stock plays, I mean, it's probably it's not in a bad way. It's as boring a play as it gets. If someone wants something that could possibly be the future, and IBM's pretty consistent, it's got a good track record for being great with AI. I mean, they've been doing it for a very long time now. If you're looking for a play, though, I don't know if it's it, because if you're trying to play a stock, you want a bit of publicity, you want a bit of movement, and IBM, I don't think, is it for a play. I mean, long-term hold, absolutely. I bet they're a great long-term hold. But if you're trying to play something for, maybe you want to swing trade it within a short term, it probably isn't it. But for a general portfolio, yeah, it's probably a good hold.
Hey, Dents, I'm a valuation guy. Do you want some numbers on IBM?
Sure.
All right, let's see. Free cash flow yields 9.4%. I see a low over the past 5 years of 8.4%. So it's trading about mid-range, a high of 12.9. Free cash flow, that's a pretty high free cash flow yield, 9.4%. Most people's hurdle is like 5. And enterprise value to EBITDA, it's actually a little bit on the high end. So it looks real cheap. But it actually looks to be trading at like mid to high end of its actual valuation range over the past 5 years, which is surprising. They do have a 5.5% dividend yield. So I mean, without saying much about the business, and these are based on estimates. So this is 1 year out, right? So these are all forward estimates. This is including expected revenue, expected free cash flow for this 12 months. It looks like a value play. It does look boring. I agree with the other guy. But, I mean, it looks like a classic value play. It's just a little bit on the high end of its trading range, it looks like.
So wait a little bit for a better buy-in opportunity. I'm kind of like a buy and hold investor.
I think if you buy and hold, you're long term.
Well, I went ahead and got really lost everything back in 2000. I haven't bought a stock since.
Oh yeah, IBM didn't treat you too well if you were holding the whole time.
No, I didn't have IBM. I bought Microsoft when it was like 125, and it's like, and then it dropped down to nothing. Lucent, I lost. MCI WorldCom, I lost. 3Com, I lost.
Yeah. I mean, they got a good dividend. I think they're going to start repurchase. Holy shit, is that music? I think they have a stock buyback plan in place. So yeah, they repurchased $407 million worth of shares. Now $6 billion in dividends, and that $6 billion in dividends compares to, and the music's gone. $6 billion in dividends compared to $11 billion, almost $11 billion. So the dividend's safe. The bleeding stopped for their sales declines. They're as of last year. So I don't know. It looks like a decent value play without knowing too much about the business. If you're a long-term investor, this company probably isn't going anywhere, and the market should treat it a little bit better, going forward, perhaps.
I continue to hold. I have a trust from my mom, and my mom had a lot of Berkshire Hathaway stock. So, should I hold on to that?
Oh man, I mean, you do you. So like, I'm just giving like my take on the valuation, and what I think is prudent as a long-term investor. But this is not the place to ask for financial advice. Trust me, I'm doing you a favor.
No financial advice.
Yeah, I would absolutely. If you got Burke shares, man, WallStreetBets is not the place to talk about it.
Yeah, dude, go see an advisor. There could be tax consequences and shit involved in that. Like,
hey,
do you have a wealth manager? Do you have have you gone to a wealth management fund?
Well, I got Oppenheimer is managing the trust right now.
There won't be tax consequences if it's set up as an IDT, an intentionally defective trust. There shouldn't be. Anyway,
it's getting
moving
to
on.
the point where
I would talk to people significantly smarter than this lobby, though. Jesus Christ.
I have to split the trust between me and my sister, so I have to dissolve the trust soon.
Oh, bro, you need to talk to a financial advisor and a lawyer, buddy.
Yeah, find a financial advisor, find a lawyer. Preferably not some like local rinky-dink shit either if it's a lot of money.
Yeah, intense. Your mic's pretty scary.
It's not too much. It's probably about 600,000.
Yeah, I'd say, and definitely bring your sister along too.
Yeah,
about 600,000 more than most people here have.
That's still 600,000 is definitely still worth talking to the lawyer and a financial advisor, buddy, for sure.
You should bring Georgia along too.
I do want to give him one little caveat, though, if I may.
Please do.
Yeah. So, in regards to the financial advisor, obviously shop around, get more than one bid, kind of like going to more than one doctor. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
It's like
make sure they're fiduciary.
One of the big box guys like TD Ameritrade or Chase Wealth Management, or do you go with,
I personally like JPM Private Wealth Management. I'm not going to cost you an arm and leg, but roll the dice kind of thing.
Yeah, I work with JP Morgan Chase. They're pretty good with the financial stuff.
Okay, because they call me like once a month asking me for my business. So
yeah, of course they're going to.
Hey, if they're trying to hunt you down, tell them to make it worth your time to switch. Yeah, negotiate.
Yeah, negotiate those prices.
Power there.
Because I think Oppenheimer's very conservative.
Make sure whoever you go with is a fiduciary where they are actually, the products that they're offering is, they're not going to just offer you just because they're going to make, money off it. It has to, they have to have responsibility towards their fiduciary duties.
Might I recommend Loose Ventures LLC? What a great fund. Not a scam.
You could go that route, yeah.
It's not a scam.
On Credit Suisse, some people were asking what I'm doing on it. I did $2.50 puts dated out January 2024, $1.10 or less. I like them.
Thank you.
Play will be good if the bank doesn't get liquidated.
Hey, Skull, remember I mentioned that the other day?
No, it'll be great. Yeah, it'll be great if the bank does get liquidated. They're puts, man.
What, in the same situation as Silicon Valley? Or is that not? I mean, I haven't fully looked into it. But I'm talking in the same situation as Silicon Valley Bank. Where it gets grabbed up. I mean, I suppose it's a foreign bank, though, isn't it?
Don't they have a lot of Nazi gold sitting in their vaults?
A lot what?
Nazi gold.
Nazi gold.
They just might. I don't know.
Probably.
That's bullish, though, I guess.
They're gonna have to sell all that gold.
Yeah,
it's just as valuable as regular gold, guys. Don't discriminate.
It's going to get like confiscated by the Hague or something. They're going to lose their gold reserve because it's going to be proved that it's like Nazi gold.
The difference is that the Nazi gold is untraceable. It hasn't been recorded. It's just sitting there. They know about it, but nobody knows about it.
Except we do.
Someone in the chat said, "Is that ethically mined gold?" No, it's the least ethical gold on the planet.
Wait, it could have been ethically mined, but not ethically owned.
Correct.
Yo, Skull, turn your video back on.
The thing was, I think at
Sofi.
the time of the Second World War, it was Jew gold, because since the Jews want to store their gold, they ask to be anonymous, so they only have the account number. So they have huge amounts of gold in their accounts that they don't know who is the real owner of it.
Those who are just now joining, we're talking about the ethics of owning Nazi gold, or as it was just referred to, Jew gold. So that's the topic for today. Welcome to join.
Or fool's gold.
Wait, I know my mic is shit, so I'll get this out quick. But speaking of gold, I know that when banks get sketchy, people buy gold. So I bought some next week gold calls They're up like 250%. Should I just sit on them until sometime next week, or not be greedy?
You should sit on.
Are those some kind of ETFs, or are those physical gold?
GL.
Oh, it's GLD.
Calls
GLD.
on physical gold.
No, I mean, of course, if you're up 200%.
No, my Nazi gold is still buried. I'm not working on that one right now.
So if you're up 200%, sell half of it, and then you get 100%. The rest of the 100% you own for free, and then continue on with your life.
Go.
Hi, so I'm poor and have one.
You could ask ChatGPT what to do.
Yeah, I'm sure on that.
I got a question for you guys. GE is down to $88. I know they're very good long term. The question is it good to put in a put, sell a put now at like 87, maybe even 88, trigger it, and if it gets triggered, then what you do is you sell 100 calls of it until it goes all the way back up to 90, 91, because it's undervalued right now. CFM engines are in every airplane being built for the next 15 years. So their price has to go up. So what kind of strategy does that sound like?
Well, their price doesn't have to go up.
Are we talking about the stock that went from $50 in October to 88 and has had a, what is that, like a 75% run up in 5 months?
Yeah, actually, it was $40.
It can only go up from here.
Yeah, and to echo what the guy said, the stock price does not have to go up.
Yeah, sorry, not to pile on, but if you look at their 10 or 20-year chart, it has not been a good long-term hold. Like in the 50s through the 80s it was, but it really hasn't been. It's been recently it's had some power, but it's been pretty much on that down to the right path.
Yeah, I'm shying away from anything that's at a 52-week high right now.
Oh, okay.
There's a few numbers for you. This year, I don't know if are they divesting something, or are they in the process? Because this year they're expecting an 18% decrease in revenue, an 18% decrease in free cash flow. I wonder if the markets have priced that in yet.
Well, then maybe part of this play was right about the $87 put.
Are you buying or selling this put?
I would be selling the put. And then if it triggers, covered calls are $100, $145 a week.
That's assuming the price doesn't change, neither the implied validity.
So that's why I'm asking you.
Volatility.
Like that.
I mean, keep in mind, like if you're selling, I assume you'd be selling covered calls because you want the 87 put to exercise. If you're doing that and you're trying to stay above your cost basis, you would need to sell them at a slightly higher strike price than what your current cost basis is. As the stock drops, you're going to have to sell. You're going to get less and less premium for that covered call as time goes, unless you want to risk selling it at a lower cost basis. And obviously, you'll still be getting the premiums, which could help lower you down on average your cost basis. But there's a chance that if you could exercise, you could have all your shares taken from you, and then you would be stuck at a loss.
Yeah. A lot of it is just based on, I mean, GE is going to be big in aerospace for the next decade. I'm wondering if selling $10 million engines and high-priced maintenance contracts and parts for all that stuff is going to be worth it.
Where are you getting the information? Where are you getting the information about them being their engines? Because I don't know, GE is sort of.
Well, GE owns CFM. CFM engines are on both the Airbus A320 family and the Boeing 737.
Well, airlines. I don't think airlines in general have been doing generally that good. Most of logistics aren't doing that good. And GE investing in airlines doesn't seem like the most profitable thing in the world.
Well, they build the engines for the airlines, for the airplanes.
Well, yeah, but you can't build planes if the demand for planes is low.
The demand for planes is not low.
Don't get me wrong.
There are hundreds and hundreds of Airbuses waiting to be built.
I don't know that much about
I mean,
GE, but I thought
there's a backlog on all these airplanes right now. There's a backlog going into the 2030s.
Yeah, and that is correct with Boeing, and they help, excuse me, supply Boeing. So that is correct.
Isn't your profitability come from the service contracts of those?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do need to get built.
But engine parts are expensive on airplanes.
Yeah, and this was assuming that that airlines want to update their plane infrastructure, whether it's shipping or not. A lot of them, because airlines are they're pretty thin margins. Like they really have to milk out fees and other ways to keep costs low, including cutting back technology, which they're still notorious for doing. Why would they want to invest in new planes when the ones they have might work just fine, as much as they could do for an upgrade? Like that's assuming that airlines want to spend exorbitant amounts of cash they may or may not have on planes with demand that could lower. It becomes too expensive. People get priced out. I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible.
Flying news have been pretty good for the last couple of years. I mean, they are all anticipating a return to normal. I mean, we're already almost returned to normal. They're expecting it. They're still expecting air travel to be big going forward. We should be on the other side of the V dip by now. And now with the A321 XLR coming out, that'll be a huge airplane going forward. And like I said, GE makes Airbus engines, makes 320 engines. The Leap 1 and the CFM are GE products. So
now, well, I mean, if we're in a recession, and I believe we are, why do you believe that airline travel would increase?
it's a long term. That's the thing. It's between now and 2030. The thing was, once the war's over, people are gonna. I mean, if the war ever ends, then people will go back to traveling. People still want to travel. There's still some pent up demand. People want to go places. It's just the inflation is very high right now. But airlines are still ordering planes, and they're still looking for a replacement for the 757, which is what the 321 XLR will be. Hopefully, actually, it barely covers it. So. We're talking the rest of the decade into the next decade. I mean, I'm just talking about you buy the shares now at like 87, and you just do covered calls on it until you sell it at 90, 91 or something, and make your money.
Well, if GE's share price drops too low, you just risk losing most of your premiums without selling the stock accidentally when it gets exercised or if it gets exercised for a price much less than what you paid for. That's the risk I'm saying. I mean, I'm not saying it can't. It could do that. I mean, GE could be fine. I mean, if they're working with Boeing, they'll do just fine. But this is banking a lot on demand in a recession where people can't afford to travel much anymore. Shit. I mean, I hear people complaining about grocery budgets. This is assuming people have enough money for extravagant costs. And I know there's been news out saying that people are spending tons and tons more money racking up on credit cards because I don't know, maybe they just don't give a shit. So I suppose demand could stay high for now, but eventually this shit will catch up. And I feel like in the long term, airlines ain't gonna do it or outside the military. That might be the only case I can think of is the military might need the planes, and GE would be poised to take that market with the engines with Boeing.
GE does make engines for military aircraft as well.
Yeah, so with military contracts, they could be fine, but I don't know if it's something I would consider profitable. They might. It just seems like they're going to drop in value. I don't think a government contract making military planes is going to be enough to keep them pushed up as high as they are now. I think right now they're too high. I think they're too high right now.
Still too high. Okay. All right. I'll see if it goes down a little bit because you go by the analyst. The analyst is saying over $100 a share for the analyst now.
Well, analysts can change their mind at any time.
Yeah, my unsolicited advice on analysts is listen to what they say about the business, understand their description of the business and what they trends they're identifying, ignore their price targets because all analysts do is follow trends. For example, look at Meta 5 years ago. Meta's trading at $100, price target 160. Meta goes up to 160.
Meta doesn't sell
price
physical
target
product.
200. Whatever the okay, ignore the fact that it's Meta. Insert your favorite stock price here, your favorite stock here. Analysts just follow trends for price targets, so ignore their price targets. They're just looking at averages and medians, following trends. They're not good forecasters. But they do due diligence on those industries, and they probably know a hell of a lot more about that industry than we do. So listen to that part, to the qualitative part. Ignore their price targets. That's what I do.
Oh, okay. What would you guys think is a good price for GE? Would it be $80 a share or lower?
If he just said don't trust the analyst price, don't ask us the price, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, don't trust the experts. But us, on the other hand, so I look at free cash flow yield. That's the main metric I look at. But I also look at like the business. It's GE, man. Like I don't know that they're just like back to former glory, right? So like for a company like GE, still want growth. Their sales growth is going down 18% this year. It's expected to, right? So I still want them to go back to decent growth. We're talking at least mid-single digits to at least beat inflation. But that free cash flow yield, considering other business risk, I'm going to want like close to 10% free cash flow yield. At the current stock price, forward free cash flow yield is about 4%. I don't need to be in GE. There are a shit ton of other stocks that are trading at a better value. So that's how I look at it. Like it's all about value. I look at stocks like as if I'm looking at a bond. Like what's the yield on them? And if this stock isn't trading at like the most favorable yield to me, all considered, moving on. There are thousands of other stocks to look at.
Yeah.
Something else you can consider is looking at their forward PE compared to others within that sector and seeing how that lines up. And then maybe for like a GE, maybe you give them a slight premium, but they should be pretty close to everyone else, especially if you're looking for value.
Okay.
Who's GE's is that Larry Culp? Didn't they announce him like a few years back? He was supposed to like turn it around and everything for GE.
Maybe.
Everybody was. They just had a huge bump off of there. I think their last investor day thing. They had this is probably still a bump from the investor day. So they're probably. It looks like I think it still has some room to go down after the bump from their investor day.
Well, you got to keep in mind, GE is as far as I know, they're only is about 2 or 3 sided, 3 in consumer electronics, but I don't really count that because they're merchandised out to a Chinese company for their consumer electronics. The other side is healthcare, and healthcare is getting pulled in more and more by Philips, the company from Germany, I think is what it is. They're starting to take the reins from GE as well, which is probably why they're losing more money. Plenty of competition out there in healthcare.
Real quick, sorry to interrupt, but 2 things that I was going to say. It's about exactly what you're talking about. It's the healthcare. Luce asked if they broke off. They broke off their healthcare business last fall. So that's not even under the GE umbrella. It has its own ticker, GEHC.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, then I guess that doesn't apply here.
Yeah, sorry, not to jump in, but that's very important to your thesis, man. So that's a big, I don't know.
Well, then that means the only thing under the GE umbrella right now really is aviation, space and consumer electronics. But I'm not even sure if that's applied under their stock price because their consumer electronics are sold out to a Chinese company to just slap their brand on. So really, we're banking on just aviation and air and space for GE. And
yeah,
I don't think it's enough. I think their price is too high for what it is, for what they are. I don't think.
Is there another spin-off? Because I knew about it. I didn't know it had been completed.
Yeah, no, it's a ticker. It's been out since fall. GEHC.
Yeah,
Is there
it's
another,
trading at
though?
$76 today. Now,
I don't know if there's another.
Okay, I got you.
I mean, with GE, if you look at it like on a technical point of view, like year to date, it's been up, but RSI is dropping slowly. I think it's like around 60 right now, going into 50. So I mean, if you want to play it based off technical analysis, I mean, it looks like a decent short play. But I don't know what kind of news are around it right now that can just launch it right back up. But year to date, it's been solid going up.
Someone wanted to ask, or somebody asked, I don't live in the U.S. Can you guys comment how strong the consumer is in their daily life right now? How strong do you guys feel?
$30,000 in debt and still trading stocks instead of paying it off. So that's,
So, this is very important, DD. At the local Walmart, I saw 3 people fighting fisticuffs in order to get their hands on products. So, consumers are throwing down. That's how much money they have. Very bullish economy.
Walmart.
Sorry, that sounds standard for Walmart.
Walmart's been
Very bullish.
Everywhere is raising prices. That's pretty bullish. The only problem is eventually they'll price the people out.
Might I make the same recommendation I made 1 year ago, which, mind you, outperformed the S&P by something like 20%. And that is one of the best trades ever, the McHedge. So you buy shares of McDonald's, download the app, you use the deals in app, which are fantastic. You get free fries on Fridays. You get a 30-cent cheeseburgers. Fantastic deal. And you eat McDonald's. There's your food, right? And you get paid dividends. So the dividends compensate you for the cheap food that you bought, and the share price is probably going to outperform the S&P, with the dividends. And then you get cancer or whatever.
Did McDonald's pay you to say that?
Oh, they did not pay me. I wish they would. Hello, McDonald's. Hello, Ronald.
Take that a step further. I mean, you could buy your utility company and then get them to pay your utility bills.
True.
In dividends.
Also throw in United Healthcare, UNH, to because you're going to need the insurance for the ass cancer that McDonald's is going to give you. You will outperform the S&P. 100% financial advice. Not kidding. The McHedge beat the S&P by like 20%, man, since a year ago when I first mentioned it. The best trade ever.
Well, McDonald's is pretty good amongst like poor people and shit. And I don't live in a poor area. I definitely live in a middle class area. But good God, you never see a not busy McDonald's around here. It's when economies are like this, that shit makes money.
What's interesting is McDonald's, like, they retain the poors, right? Poor people keep eating McDonald's. And then wealthier people, at some point, when they don't have as much wealth, as much spending power, they're like, yeah, we could eat McDonald's too. So volume tends to be at least the same, if not higher, during economic downturns for McDonald's. It's amazing. Rich people
brilliant
eat McDonald's.
Yeah, everyone's welcome at McDonald's. So that shit just keeps making money.
Also, at WallStreetBets, we don't actually give financial advice, and we don't give out cancer. Just no.
Well, I give out cancer, but
Oh no, everything I say is financial advice. 100%. Go ahead. Tell me I have a fiduciary obligation to you. Go for it. See what happens.
I signed these arbitration agreements here, initialed here.
I would love to see you build that court case that random dude on Discord has a fiduciary obligation to you.
No, I'm just.
No, but I'm just saying, it's, me? No. My ex-wife? Yeah. She'd probably pull that off.
Like everyone, eyes just got real big there. Like, am I hearing
that? Yeah. Please vote on This person that sent me a friend request. Where are you? I don't know if that picture's that flattering. Name is Smoke and Legacy.
So while today is red as F and probably sucks for a lot of people, if you are patient, there are definitely some deals out there to be picked up. But you got to be really patient, and we're all here to become millionaires overnight, so probably boring, huh?
My account is just completely strapped, writing cover calls, completely strapped. I mean, I couldn't even make a move if I wanted.
You got to sell more of your exclusive Japanese art through the post office, and then you can afford to make your moves.
Are you my girlfriend just inside of a phone?
I'm not, but I could be.
All
I have a
right,
girlfriend
now, come
inside
on.
of a web browser. Oh, I just saw that. Oil down 6%?
What's oil
Ooh.
at per barrel right now?
Crude futures trading at a 67.10.
That's
See.
very close to the all-in incentive price. That's making oil a buy in my eyes.
Well, the strategic reserve is supposed to be filled right around that $70 mark. So I bet you the U.S. is walking in right now. Bye.
The forward curve on crude is flat. So technically, that's very slight backwardation, including cost of carry. That's surprising. Quite surprising.
Last I checked, the all-in incentive price for oil is $65 to $70 a barrel. So you're getting these companies at very fair value off the barrel of oil. Much better than when people were all about them at $100.
I mentioned some merger arbitrage. Thank you for the music. I mentioned some merger arbitrage opportunities the other day, last week, something like that. My favorite one is VMware, VMW. They're set to be acquired by Broadcom, ticker AVGO. There's about a 26% spread between market price of VMware and the acquisition price. Something like 148, maybe 145. Can't remember off the top of my head. But it is about 25% spread. The deal's expected to close, I believe, by July. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I think there was like a 1-month extension. They look set. I know the EU was challenging them based on, monopolistic practices, but the space that they would be in is basically, it's the cloud, right? EU's challenging them, challenging Broadcom on that part. The funny thing is, the players that are in the cloud right now in the EU are the big boys: Apple, Google, Microsoft, Amazon. So technically, letting them make this acquisition would increase competition because it's already too monopolistic. So I think the EU's argument doesn't make too much sense. I'm thinking the deal is going to go through. So that's a nice spread for a company that's honestly, VMware, I think it's trading at a pretty decent value right now. They still have growth. The free cash flow yield, I think it's close to 10%. So even if the deal doesn't go through, I think it's a decent value play. Primarily, I'm in it for the merger arbitrage.
I feel like generally right now we're in a consolidatory type market. Like everyone's buying everyone right now. Definitely going to be interesting to see where some smaller companies end up under others. It's going to definitely fuck up competition, though. Maybe not in tech, but just in general. Like, good God, everyone's consolidating under single brand. It's a great time to do it. Don't get me wrong. And honestly, it might even be good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm prioritizing companies that have very low debt and a lot of cash. And I mean, we go into a recession. Who cares? Like, for those companies, right? Like, they could just snatch up all these cheaply priced companies if they need to.
Like Sony is still doing it. Yeah, I've heard Sony doing it. They're trying to snatch up small companies. It'd be a great time to do it, honestly, with everything as cheap as it is. I feel like it's only going to get worse as well. I feel like things haven't really set in with the market, which is why it's acting like it is. I mean, it's irrational as fuck always, and it just has been forever. But I feel like things aren't fully priced yet. I feel like things are still a little too high for me, what with consumer spending all the way up while they're trying to reel in inflation, and no one can afford to buy a house at the same time, and debt's on its way up, and student loans are getting ready to be paid back or whatever, assuming that ever actually happens. Yeah, I don't think things are fully priced in yet, so it's going to be interesting to see who ends up out on the other side and who gets acquired by the massive companies. Especially when we're talking about this bank thing we got going on right now. I think definitely a lot of the bigger national banks are going to make out just fine shit. And I'm curious to see where things like FRC end up, if maybe they'll get bought out by a massive national company under that umbrella.
Can you go into more, like, explain it like I'm 5 detail on investing in a company before it gets bought up?
What specifically do you want to know about it?
Like the VMware. Can you just explain, like, I buy it now for whatever the price is, and then they get bought out in July. What does that mean for me?
So if you were to hold the shares, then you would just receive, like, say you just held, you didn't sell, you would effectively receive shares of Broadcom for that acquisition. Unless they pay out cash, then you're just getting cash, right? So you just get cash for your shares. The stock price, once it's approved, once it's a done deal, they're like, okay, this is going to go through. The share price is going to go up to 145, 148, whatever. So you don't have to hold at that point. So that's typically the trade, is you buy it now, deal gets approved, there are no more hurdles to clear, the stock price is damn near the acquisition price. You don't need to hold any longer unless you want that cash payout, or if they're doing like a stock transaction and you want shares of the acquiring company.
Oh, I see. So, like, what are they trading at now? You said it was like...
VMware's trading at 118.
So at 118, you buy it now, and in July it's all approved. They are going to acquire the company for 150 a share. That's where you've made your money, basically.
I think it's like 145, 148, something like that. But I mean, that's a good spread for, what is that, 3-4 months? That's pretty damn good. 25%
No,
return.
yeah. I just wanted to make sure I was fully understanding it.
Yeah, and if you wanted to hedge, you could. The puts aren't too expensive. Let's see. You can hedge, down to like let's see, the spreads are kind of shit, actually. So maybe if you wanted to go to June, those spreads are crap. Yeah, hedging, looks like hedging would be pretty tough. You might have to overpay for those options a bit, but I mean, that's like if you're worried that the deal falls through and then VMware stock price just, drops like 20% because there's no deal on the table. But that's where I feel somewhat comfortable, because the stock is, I think it's trading at a decent value. This is VMware we're talking about. The ticker is VMW.
What's the buyout price on that?
Let me double check. It's 145, 148, something like that.
So if you pick up shares, you could then go out to the January calls and sell the 145 call if it gets filled for an extra little premium on that.
What's the hurdle for the deal that's having the market price in a 25% chance of failure, essentially?
I believe it's the EU, because they're getting approvals in the US, and the EU is saying that it's anti-monopolistic. But that's what I was saying, like, that space is already monopolistic. So having another, even though it's another big company, but having another big company into that space would, in fact, make it less monopolistic, more competitive. It's like Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, and Apple right now. Or I think I said Apple twice. Google.
Setting competition in one sector of the tech market, but I don't think it's enough competition, if I'm being honest. Those three pretty much own consumer electronics, and I think we need more than that. VMware and Broadcom are more or less the enterprise side of things, which is nice, but I still don't think it's enough.
Yeah, and I'm referring to the cloud space, by the way.
Oh, well, yeah, in the cloud space, yeah. Cloud is very competitive, in my opinion.
Change of ticker.
Have you done any adding to your save arbitrage play, or not yet?
I'm gonna wait for save, because I don't know that they're gonna trade like rationally at all. because the deal's still on the table. They are being the deal is being scrutinized by, is it specifically? Is it Supreme Court? I think, but
DOJ, right?
I think it's DOJ. Yeah, yeah. JetBlue is what is it called? Like a tick something. Somebody help me out if you know what I'm talking about. But there's like a tick nature of the acquisition offer where the longer it takes to go through, JetBlue will pay out extra money to the shareholders of Spirit Airlines. So when I'm just gonna wait, it's trading at an okay value. I don't think they're gonna go anywhere. Spirit Airlines should do just fine. So like, frankly, for downside risk, I don't see that much. You know, with any of these deals, like you could always hedge, and for Spirit Airlines, I think the cost to hedge is quite small relative to the massive spread, and that spread would be at this price 50%. But it is going to take a while. This deal isn't going to go through until next year. But I mean, if I see a stock trading at a 50% discount to what could potentially be like a done deal at for a year out, it's a pretty good return for me.
I don't know who said it, but someone brought up that the DOJ is essentially just challenging all mergers at this point. Like, not even putting thought into it. They're just kind of like across the board. Just like, if you're merging, we're just going to put out the challenge and go from there.
Yeah, I think they're peacocking. Yeah, Days Light Black Knight is another one I'm into. That one's actually doing all right. BKI is the ticker for Black Knight. These are all merger arbitrage opportunities, by the way. But Black Knight, BKI, supposed to be acquired by Intercontinental Exchange. ICE is the ticker. I think that one's mostly cash, but some stock. And what I did with that one was I'm a little less sure about that one just because I haven't looked into it that much. But I think that deal, maybe it's the FTC. I can't remember who's trying to block it. That deal should be going through within the next quarter, maybe by June, maybe July. I'm not sure. But since it's part stock from ICE, I bought shares of Black Knight, but I bought what were at the time slightly in the money puts expiring September. So it's a bit of a hedge since Black Knight's stock price will be linked to ICE's stock. That sounds like I said ISIS, to the stock price of ICE. So if ICE does drop, so does Black Knight, but I make money on my puts. And I'd rather go at the money or in the money for those puts, because those are going to hold their value more. And I'm not betting that ICE is just going to suddenly drop in stock price. But so far, Black Knight is down like 4.5% from when I bought, but I'm making money on that pairs trade. So looking pretty good so far.
Okay, opinion. What about APE?
APE. Let's get the head ape to comment on APE. Opinion, what do you think?
He went to make a sandwich. So APE is just level.
I personally don't have any faith in AMC at all. I mean, they need to consolidate hard to stay alive, honestly, because even with their expansion into being more like, you can, as a consumer now, you can rent out a whole theater to yourself and watch whatever movie you want. You can play games on the screen if you want. Random amenities like that, they haven't moved or changed enough to stay alive, and I don't think they will, outside of just taking investor money to keep themselves afloat. AMC is just sort of a dead-in-the-water stock. At least GameStop has done something to move itself, but AMC has not. AMC is mostly the same, and I think that lack of change is going to knock them right back out again.
Well, APE is a little different. APE is just, they voted yesterday to do the one-to-one conversion of APE shares to AMC shares. So in theory, the price should at some point in like April match AMC's. In practice, it seems the solution is just sell the crap out of all of it. But in theory, you can buy something for $1.40 that's supposed to be worth $4 in a month.
I suppose the reason it isn't as high as them saying they want to, as the AMC shares, because they're supposed to match, is because there's a chance they won't do that. But at the end of the day, I still think it's just a way for them to try and get money to keep themselves afloat. I don't think they've innovated whatsoever to keep themselves alive. Long term, they're fucked. Short term, yeah, there might be a way to make some money there, honestly, because if they officially declare that, hey, they're going to match their stock price with the APE APE shares representing AMC, then yeah, there's probably a play there where you can make some money. Just I wouldn't even bother for anything mid to long term.
So they voted on that, and it's happening already. It's been announced as of yesterday. It's going to happen.
Okay, well then, yeah, I guess there is a play there. There would be a play there. You'd buy the shares real cheap right now, and once they match, you're good to go.
What's funny about this is there's a class action lawsuit against AMC's management saying that they circumvented shareholder approval for issuing shares, and AMC, the AMC retards are mad about that. So the law is trying to protect the shareholders. The shareholders are mad.
Yeah. On that note, like, have you guys ever been sued? Because I've been sued like multiple times, and like more than 50% of the time, it's just made up.
You've talked about being sued more than 50% of the time you've been on, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that.
So to speak into the lawsuit that Luce brought up, because I've done a little looking into it, it's some pension fund in Delaware that also previously had a similar case against Palantir for not meeting their fiduciary obligations. Apparently this is just what they do to meme stocks.
I mean, I don't blame them. You know, they're kind of right.
Oh, they're not wrong. I don't think they're going to win the case. They're not wrong. On very face value, AMC couldn't get the shareholders to agree to let them dilute more AMC, so they just made APE and backdoored it.
Yeah, and said, fuck the shareholders.
Well, they need the cash, so here it is.
Yeah, they're just doing anything they can to get money, which is why I think it's a stupid play. I mean, you might be able to make something off of it when they decide to match their share price with APE, but otherwise they're just not worth it. They're just playing shareholders at this point.
Wait,
I mean,
so
hey,
a
I wish I
company
could
that
start my own company, just get donations from, idiots.
I was in on it yesterday. Yesterday or day before yesterday, Monday maybe, and it 200%. But based on what's happening now, based on the price now, so it's just going to be a break even and back to the boring.
If you're in it, you're just waiting for the conversion and hoping AMC can hold itself as best it can until it converts in April. You know what you signed. I said it was stupid from the start, and you know what you signed up for.
The old hope thesis.
I mean, there is an arbitrage. The problem is you're arbitraged against something that is kind of shit, and you're just has no reason to be as high as it is, right? But at the same time, apes have shown that they have that regard strength.
I mean, I don't know. If you look at the chart for the past half a year, the regard strength, it's looking a little weak.
Spoken like a true Citadel shill, Luce. Spoken like a true Citadel shill.
Yep, that's what us Citadel execs do. We come on Discord and talk to WallStreetBets members.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Slip. What's up, buddy?
I'm getting wrecked this morning, but it's all right.
Are you not going to be able to spoil any sluts soon?
I'm gonna have to put them on layaway.
So you're gonna have to change your name to "Spoiled by Sluts," please.
Maybe we'll see. We'll see. I got like 70. I got 70 shares. I had 70 shares of APE yesterday. I bought another 19 this morning. It's a small position. I'm upset about how the market's reacting to a literal mathematical equation. The way I see it is, you pay whatever it is now, 80 cents or something. You pay that now, and it becomes an AMC share for like $4. So it sounds like it's just literally math. As long as the AMC price doesn't dip past and below my entry price on APE, then I should be making money. I just I thought it was gonna. When does anybody know when the APE shares become AMC shares?
It's delayed until like April 20 something because of the court case. AMC, the challenge was put forward, they asked for it to be delayed, and AMC said there's no need to litigate over it, they will delay it until that April date while the court case works itself out.
I think the sell-off is pretty obvious why it's happening, because every second that you wait to sell your APE shares, AMC keeps on dropping. So it's like, I don't know.
I just want to add, for those who hate Citadel and think Citadel is anti-you, no, Citadel loves you. Like, they love the fact that you're crazy for AMC and GameStop, and that's because they're market makers. And when those stock prices go a little crazy, when the options prices go a little crazy, the spreads are wide as hell. You could fit the Pope in those spreads, and you're overpaying based on the bid-ask spread, and they're the ones on the other side of that transaction. They're making damn good money off of you. They want you to remain hyped. So that's the truth, and they make money whether you win or lose. They really don't care, but they enjoy your hype.
Sounds like what someone would say who's underwater with their hidden dark pool shorts.
Dark pool, yeah. when the first post that mentioned dark pool, it just wildfire. Everyone said dark pool. That means Citadel bad.
Market maker bad. Also, who keeps filling all these calls that I'm buying?
Yeah, and then Citadel has a blowout year last year. Fantastic. You're really sticking it to them, guys.
16 billion, baby.
Could somebody tell me what the results of the vote to make what's his name, Smoking Legacy? It's on his profile picture. I need to know to accept this and invite again. Here's the picture again. Please let me know. One said without the stash, he was good to go.
Speaking of meme stocks, I guess Credit Suisse took over Archegos's bullet swaps for GameStop, which are expiring at the end of this month. And now Credit Suisse is going out of Credit Suisse is crashing. My tinfoil's tingling.
Smoking Legacy, your friend request is getting downvoted, so I'm sorry, I will not be accepting you as a friend today.
Maybe if you shave that mustache.
That seemed to be the popular opinion earlier, and I said lose the stash, and we're good to go.
Yeah, actually, yeah. If he comes back with a profile picture of him just like that without a mustache, yeah, you should add him.
That's democracy, folks.
What if he keeps the mustache but wears a Hawaiian shirt?
He put the mustache on the bottom of his mouth. Would that work? Or maybe where his eyebrows are?
No, yeah, swap his eyebrows and his mustache location.
Maybe the mustache wears the Hawaiian shirt. I don't know.
I kind of want to see evidence of his legacy, though. That's a bold claim.
Is this being recorded?
Oh, yes.
Yes, and I'm specifically making notes when you speak. Why? What are you asking?
I have nothing to ask.
As we mentioned previously.
I can just suggest a topic.
Okay.
I mean, you can talk if you want to.
As mentioned previously, this is being recorded, and for YouTube, Opinion, I don't believe is recording you for purposes of his own sexual pleasure. And don't worry, Discord is your data is safe with Discord. They just sell it to the Chinese. We're all speaking English, so they don't understand any of it. So it's all right.
It's true. I'm one of the Chinese people buying it. I have no idea what's being said on these calls.
Yeah, feel free to talk if you want to, though, assuming they didn't just talk you out of it.
Did anyone buy VIX calls like I said on Friday? Speaking of listening to people on the calls. UVXY is up 20% today.
I personally don't like to make money.
Checking that out.
Yeah, volatility is going to be crazy for a while. The VIX might just be the play for a bit since things can't seem to decide where they're going to go. What with banks being how they are and the Fed, it's super indecisive.
I mean, how lucky are we? We get to get COVID crash and fear, and now we have bank runs. Like, probably the two most volatile things in the market ever.
Yeah, we're still standing though.
We're getting the crypto crash.
I mean, shit, despite everything, we're still standing. It's going to take more than a bank run, I guess, for them to collapse on us.
Well, they got to move their money out first, and then they can crash it.
Ah, right. That makes sense.
I mean, let's be real. Do we really think like your JP Morgans are actually in trouble? Or is it just all these like smaller, like quote unquote smaller banks? I'm not saying SVB was tiny, but again, like I've said this before, JP Morgan like laughs at them.
Bank of America, maybe Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, these major, everything's going to funnel to the top is how it works. Just like it worked in 2008. I think like there's not like 400 banks got shut down in 2008 and they all got consolidated by JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs and AIG, and all these other big things. So everything's going to funnel to the top. So I don't know if you can either short the small banks or you can go long on big banks.
I think big banks are just fine. They're the ones that actually have to go through stress tests and prove that they can handle these moments, right? The issue was all these smaller ones who snuck out of it in 2017, 2018?
Yeah, that was 2018, the move from 50 to 250 billion for the stress test.
Now pretty much everything that was over 50 but under 250 is all of a sudden like, our books suck.
Yeah, and honestly, do any of us really think that Wells Fargo or Bank of America are going to get crushed? Those are two pretty massive banks, and with net worths well over the $250 billion requirement. Shit, Silicon Valley Bank was under that $250 billion requirement. It makes sense that they fucking collapsed. They didn't have any of the asset cash to do that to cover for that, even if they liquidated the entire bank. I think
they keep on calling it like the 15th largest bank in America or something. I think that's clickbait bullshit.
What, I'm not Silicon Valley?
Yeah, Silicon Valley. And I'm not, and let me clarify. I'm saying that Bank of America, maybe Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, they are going to succeed because that's what I said. So when all the smaller, here's how, when all the smaller banks drop out, all those assets that get liquidated, these bigger banks absorb them, pennies on the dollar, buy out all their assets, buy out all their debt, all this other stuff. So they basically get the deal of the biannual decade, whatever, a bi-decade. I'm making a joke about how often this happens.
Well, yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, was consolidation, not just in, like, the food industry or tech. It's also in the banks. I feel like a lot of the smaller banks are going to get killed off because they can't afford to compete and all this bullshit that's how people are going to remove their money somewhere else. And the big banks are just going to buy up the little banks and kill all competition.
Yes, but they're going to buy up the little banks. They're going to buy up the little banks at a hell of a discount. So that's why I said you can either short the little banks or you can go long the big banks.
Yeah, I'm long JP Morgan. I bank with them for like fucking everything. I'm long as hell with them. They're pretty much a titan. I don't think they're going anywhere.
Also keep in mind the quote-unquote failing assets this time are bonds that will see value if held to maturity, right? These aren't like the mortgage-backed securities that were actually not worth something. It's just that they can't liquidate them if they get a run put on themselves. The bonds still have value.
But all of these bonds, they have debt service departments. They send out your monthly bill, email, or physical. So they're well prepared Opinion? What is it, loose?
I mean, okay, all right, but okay.
But that was the end of the thought. Okay.
I've seen 3 banks fail, and now we're watching a 4th one in real time here at Credit Suisse. So it looks like it's happening.
If you're thinking a big bank is gonna fail, like Bank of America, I think we have bigger problems. So that's a pretty big deal.
I literally no, I do not think that the big banks are going to fail. I think the big banks are going to succeed.
All right, I'm glad we agree on that.
Do any of you guys remember Wachovia?
Yes.
Yes, I saw Avengers.
Yeah, that shit. What was the situation with that? I can't remember. I was way too young for that shit. What was the situation with Wachovia that fucked them over, if you know?
Hold up, we can't just gloss over that. Luce had an amazing comment that deserves some respect for that one. Come on now.
I know.
We can't just gloss over that amazing
Yeah,
comment.
I make comments all the time, and they're always ignored. And I'm just like, yeah, okay, I'll just go fuck myself in the corner.
No, I try not to giggle with my mic open. I already do it enough.
No, that one
that's
deserves
a
the
weird
call out.
That's unfortunate that like the etiquette has to be everyone mutes, when you're not speaking, because otherwise you would hear everyone's belly laughs when we had what's his nuts, the guy that couldn't form a question earlier, and then he got banned. He got voted off the island. So it's unfortunate that everyone mutes, but it's because we have a lot of mouth breathers, and then we got a lot of noise in the background.
What was the comment you made? I glossed over it. Sorry.
Yeah, that is why I didn't hear it.
It's nothing about me being gay.
I genuinely didn't hear that shit.
You asked if anyone's heard of Wachovia, and he said, yes,
Yeah.
I've seen Black Panther. That's such a good line.
I said Avengers, yeah.
Said Avengers.
Whatever, still, the point stands. That's a great line.
Yes.
Wakanda is Black Panther. Wachovia is the small Eastern European nation that was decimated by Ultron.
See, this guy gets it.
Right.
Deep cuts.
Yeah.
See, that was a deep cut joke.
He just
Still
wants
don't
to
get
know
paid
how this
anything
bank
for my humor.
defaulted. Why did it default? Because of Marvel.
So it looks like Credit Suisse absorbed all the toxic acids from Archegos.
Can I answer his question about Wachovia quickly?
Yeah.
Okay. I like riffing,
so-
so that's why I'm like, I don't want to kill the mood.
For
Alright,
sure.
we're on
So
Avengers
we got
right
ebb
now.
and flow. Yeah.
I know. So basically, they did have mortgage-backed securities, and they did have a bunch of upside-down mortgages, more so than that. And they couldn't service them anymore, so J.P. Morgan absorbed them. They were more the actual mortgages.
Wells Fargo,
versus-
I think, observed them, not J.P. Morgan, wasn't it?
No, it was Wachovia. Was by who did you say it was? Wells?
Wells Fargo.
Even worse for Wells, I guess. No, I thought it was J.P. Morgan, but
No, it was Wells Fargo.
okay. I know the reason. Sorry.
I used to bank with. Well, I bank with both now.
It's Wells. It was Wells.
Sorry. Anyhow, back to Wakanda.
I just want to say the guy on CNBC looks like a Wall Street Bets analyst with his green screen.
Talking about Kramer?
No, the dude that's currently live right now. He has like the worst green screen right now on air.
He might be a Wall Street Bets user. You never know.
I'm gonna check this out.
Analyst.
Oh, analyst. I'm sorry, analyst.
Let's put him in the
That's
same
loose.
tier as the upstart guy. Anybody remember that? The upstart analyst? Bullish on the company, and then they asked what upstart does.
I can't hear you. You're cutting out.
Yeah,
Bruce, that's not a fair question. Nobody knows what Upstart does. It was an unfair question. He's just bullish because they're a good company. Who cares?
Not even management.
Well, and
Actually,
the funny
if you line that interview up with the stock price, it just goes down.
Pretty good. And to be fair, to be clear, I was bullish on Upstart at the beginning when they IPO'd. I found it very interesting. I like the words that they said. AI. They said AI a long time before anybody else did, right? and it seemed like it was an interesting business, and everyone was making money. Money was free, right? And then they had that one earnings call. The stock price started at like 20, and then it went up to like 480, something ridiculous. And then they had that one earnings call. Management essentially said, and the stock price dropped like 50%. I think that was the equivalent of what they reported. It was like they had no idea what they were doing, and they took on a shit ton of loans on the balance sheet. Does that sound familiar? And investors were basically like massive middle finger to the stock. And now they don't. I'm pretty sure they're not going to exist in a couple of years.
Do you know what they actually did though? Like what I don't. I never have gotten an answer to the question. What do they do?
Your mics can breaking up. Oh, okay. Yes. So Upstart, I loosely know what they do, but they're supposed to. Okay, I'll say what they're supposed to do. What they're supposed to do was transact loans, mostly personal loans, some small business loans, and the idea was that this is literally what they said, that they would had their own internal system that wasn't based on your credit score, and they used AI to determine low risk loans that could be that could still like have a pretty high rate for the banks, but it was going to be a lower rate for the borrower in loans that were offered based on your credit score, right? So an example would be JP offers you a loan. They say, what's your credit score? Okay, you're going to pay 10%, whatever. Upstart says, okay, maybe it takes the credit score into account a little bit, but Upstart, you do this questionnaire, and it's like, what degree do you have? Oh, I have a master's. Okay, what are your skill sets? How long did it take you to finish school? And ask you all these other questions, and then it says, we'll give you a loan at 8%. So Upstart, from that perspective, as a borrower, it looked like a pretty damn good deal, And back then, rates were far lower than they are today, right? So it looked like a pretty damn good deal. And Upstart just had this business model that was like, we are going to disrupt this industry. And how many times do companies say we're disruptive, but they don't disrupt shit? So it looked like it had a very disruptive service, but underneath all that was like, hey, so what is this AI system? And, nobody could really answer that. So whatever they have, I think they were bullshitting to a pretty good extent as to like how quote unquote low risk their loans were. And I think they kind of screwed themselves over.
Well, first of all, you were breaking up the whole time. I couldn't. No, I'm just kidding. I could hear you.
Yeah, naturally, yeah. And to this day, no one still knows what Upstart does.
They do. Till this day, that is correct. In America, to your point, the joke about the perma bull that was on CNBC is Tom Lee. Bitcoin to a quarter million next year, 2022.
Oh. The guy that overestimates Bitcoin by like 1,000% every single year, and then they still have him on and say, Mr. Lee, what are your thoughts about Bitcoin and stocks this year? He says, I think the S&P is going to 1,000.
Yeah, he's perma bull. Just wow. So that's who you're talking about, right, America?
Yeah, that fucking cock.
That guy's a super moron. Speaking of super morons, I'm gonna go talk to my make-believe woman. So cheers to you folks.
Thanks, Luce. See you, buddy.
I don't know if Elliot's around for opinion. That potentially means this forum will be unattended to by the mods. Mods are sleeping. Goodbye.
See you,
I'm
Luce.
here. I'll take care of everything.
See you, Luce.
Monkey time. I'm kidding.
Don't make me ban you.
All right, Georgia, take over, bud. He's modding.
I'm not doing shit. I'm not doing anything today.
You going to the post office later, Georgia?
Yeah. I have some porcelains. Oh boy, do I ever have. Got some great stuff. Hey, Chris the music on me. The voice is not hard enough to hear already. No, but I'm looking at you guys. While you're doing, good God, man, I can't even talk over that rocket.
George, we can hear you, George.
Yeah, you guys ever trade in coins? Numismatics? The coin show? Numismatics. He's doing it again.
He's talking about physical
like antique
physical
roadshow?
coins, like Hitler Youth coins and old
Like
outdated
coins on antique roadshow type of thing, like that.
Yeah, numismatics.
So
Hold on a second, George. Are you
not
getting mad
crypto.
about the music, buddy?
You guys are going to love this. I just found a case of diamonds.
What?
What?
Yeah, I just found a case of diamonds. I own diamonds. I mean, if you
All right,
didn't know.
Georgia. I need to just rub shoulders with you just one time.
Bro, I've been looking for my case of diamonds.
I wasn't looking for this one, but
Georgia.
I have a ring in here. Hold on.
Did the ring belong to Mark Twain?
Hey, you guys got to get into something more than just stocks. I got topaz in here, and I got CZs. Look at that! Yeah, it's a diamond earring. It's gold. It's my life, all right?
Hey, Georgia, question for you. If someone bought it to get really, really high, what drug would you think that person might take to get really, really, really high? What, in your opinion, do you think someone might take, Georgia?
Well, I would say challenge life. So that the things that you know, they exist only in your head, and then really, really start to challenge life, and then you come alive. Happened to me, so it could also happen to you. Ha! Motherfucker! Oh no, this is just a case of marbles. This is not as good.
Oh my God, George, my heart rate just went up like 20, and then you were like, no, come on, man, don't do that to me.
It's reality. I didn't do it to you. The reality did. Yeah. So,
Dude, that's some self-aware shit right there. Thank you, George.
yeah. Oh, yeah, do the walking. Yeah, you gotta do the coin thing. The numismatics, buy and sell. It's a good market. Anybody can do it.
I like bullion coins because I find that like numismatists care so much about the mint and the year, and I do not have time to go over that entire list of bullshit. I'd just rather have silver coins.
Right. I mean, nobody has time for that, right? Like, fuck those guys. Nobody has time for that. That's
It's
kind
like,
of
oh, it's the 1974 penny with a D on it. Okay, all right. Who gives a shit? But not. Hey, it's cool. It's cool. It's your hobby. It's all right.
Yeah, it's like akin to baseball cards, right? So
I would not do that.
I don't do it.
I know the big ones. There's like this one penny that's out there. It's like a 1971.
1955 double dot. 1972 double dot.
A double dot, yeah, man.
Yeah.
And it's out there somewhere. A little girl paid for an ice cream cone back in like the 80s with it. So it's in circulation. Nobody's found it yet, and that thing's worth like millions.
Yeah, well, like I said, pay attention. But I don't have a 1955 they are available, but you need about $1,000 to pick one up. But no, I do the collections of all of them.
Gentlemen, do you mind me asking, like, there was this guy that used to come in every morning and he'd be like, "Good morning, Wall Street Bets," and like shout out the most dumbest like option plays. What happened to him?
Mayfly learned about options.
Those weren't options. Those were penny stocks without options.
Yeah, like Yeah, like
Started
he
with
used to
penny
buy
stocks,
like
and he said, "Hey, you guys have taught me about options. These seem cool. I'm going to try these out." And then we haven't heard from him since a week or two, from him saying, "Hey, thanks for teaching me about options. I'm going to try these out."
It's so funny that we know who he's talking about, because he's like some guy coming in here shouting off a bunch of retard plays. Oh yeah, we know that guy.
It's
yeah,
all
like that, like
90% of our
I
plays
thought.
are.
Yeah, like I thought, how did Lewis like allow that? Like, cause he was shouting out some of the like 2 million like market cap stocks, just telling us to buy. Like, what the fuck happened to that?
Well, I think you see what happened to him. In corporate terms, he got retired.
So this should clarify some things. The morning talks do not have a market cap. The rule was just don't shill bullshit, right? Or like at least have a reason. And to be fair to Stayfly, as crazy as he was a momentum trader on penny stocks. So like there was logic behind it. It wasn't like he just owned a bunch of like a $2 million float stock and was just trying to get you all to buy in so he could dump.
No, yeah, but I mean, like doing momentum trading on your phone is very stupid. Like you're not gonna do much of that.
Well, he didn't use his phone. He had
whatever he's using.
I
There's a reason he's gone.
Yeah.
Well,
I did have an ape.
I liked him. He had a tracker, and it was looking at pre-market volume compared to the average weight. You know, and sometimes he'd have a little bit of news.
Like so. Yeah,
guys,
go ahead.
Yeah, you guys want pictures? You guys want pictures of this case? I'm gonna get Rob blind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I need to get rid of this.
Hey, Georgia, you know what you can do instead of sending pictures? There's a little button at the bottom of your screen, like this boxy camera looking thing. If you click that, we'll be able to see it, and then you can share these like cool diamonds you found with us.
He corrected himself. It was marbles.
Whatever it is, I think we all agree we would love to see what Georgia found, right? So Georgia, if you want to click that little button on your phone and share, we would love to see what you found, buddy.
Dude, we spent I think 2 hours yesterday trying to get that button pressed.
Maybe we can appraise it like.
Hey, there's Georgia.
All right, we can almost see the marbles. If you could just put it down a little bit so we could see where those marbles are.
And I think you need to unmute yourself, Georgia.
Yeah, just drop your camera a little bit. We can kind of see the marbles, but it's hard for us to see them. And they look like they're cool. Could you lower the camera so we can see the marbles?
What the fuck are you talking about? Are you looking at me?
There they are.
Yeah, we're looking at you.
Marbles, those are
We're
very
looking at
cool.
you.
Thank you.
Oh,
might
wow.
wanna flip the camera.
That's gonna be topaz. So that's not diamond.
Try turning the camera around 180 degrees.
George, are those the Sony earphones you were talking about yesterday?
What?
They look new. I can hear your mic, but your mic is way better now too.
Yeah, but I don't get to see what I'm showing here.
Yeah, you got to turn the camera around.
While I push down the press to talk? Why don't I just do like fucking backflips?
Well, just leave it on mute and then turn your camera around or turn your phone around.
Whatever camera is pointed at your face right now needs to.
There
oh
you go.
shit!
Yeah.
Whoa! Hell yeah! We got a diamond mine.
I think those are the coins.
They look like diamond earrings.
Those are really cool, dude. Thanks for sharing with us. That is awesome.
That is pretty sweet.
Thanks for sharing, Georgia. Is that Kermit the fucking frog?
Where's Miss Piggy?
I am Kermit the Frog.
I bet that Kermit the Frog's worth more than all those diamond earrings. Originally used by Jim Henson.
Georgia, what are we looking at here? You want to give us a little rundown on what the fuck we're looking at?
I mean, I see some Japanese porcelain, I think.
Yeah, he sells that at the post office, he told us.
I saw some fucking legit vintage cameras, too.
Jojo, are you muted?
I cannot do the press to talk and then like you guys. Yeah, so vintage cameras is brownie. So
Yeah, we can hear you, bud.
yeah, because I'm pressing the press to talk. Look at that. Let's load it up.
Wow, look at all that.
What is
That's
it?
crazy, man.
No, it's just stuff.
And you didn't know you had
That's your
these?
collection?
I know I had them somewhere. Apparently, it's part of a collection. I moved on. I got out of this type of collection.
Again, George, I know it's been said, but I just want to say thank you again for sharing your world, especially like this, dude. This is really cool, George. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, some of these are going to be CZs, though. Some of the like probably the larger ones, because that would be a lot. More likely CZs. I gotta get out my tester and get out my book.
Oh, you actually have a CZ or diamond tester at home?
Yeah, of course, my friend. I have.
That's awesome.
I got a mobile kit where I go and.
How much do you think one of those is worth? Like, I don't know.
That's what I was about to say, dude. Those big ones are like 4 or 5 carats.
Yeah, if they're real.
Blood spoiler, just one of those and you could spoil so many people.
Tell me about it.
What are you guys doing with your profits?
You give it to them late at night, right? And when they're sleeping, you take them out, and then you give them to the next girl.
Blood spoiler, you need to clip this and then just send it to all your girls and be like, "This is what I have to spoil you with."
Oh my god! Screenshotting now.
Yeah,
done.
That's not guys get ripped. So. Yeah.
Are all those from the Congo?
This case of diamonds is giving me a case of the diamond. You know what I'm saying?
Georgia, did you buy these a long time ago?
A while ago, yeah. This is not the only case I have. I just found it.
Like honestly, that looks like old money jewelry, where it's just like the really expensive, extravagant, real stuff. Jewelry's gone.
Do you have any other, Georgia? Do you have any other cool stuff to share with us? Because this was really cool. We really appreciate it.
I have everything.
Can we see some of it? I would love to see all the cool stuff you own.
I've a glow-in-the-dark glass, 100 years old. I have stuff going to museums. Don't. So, not really, because I'm just not prepared. Most people aren't prepared to do something like this. What they want is something smaller, something more reasonable, and those are the things that you'll move. Those are the things you'll sell, right? That's all the
gentlemen,
stuff.
Yeah. If you're not too busy, would you mind helping me with my econ homework question? If you guys are not too busy.
Oh, before we do that, I think we should all give a big thank you to Georgia for sharing all that.
Yeah.
Like seriously, really appreciate it. Georgia, if you want to share more cool stuff, I think we're down with it.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, I'll get Rob blind. Oh, no.
Thanks, Georgia. We appreciate that shit, man.
Oh, Georgia, you're the Indiana Jones, baby.
Well, get out there. I picked up pretty common for you to pick up a piece of porcelain that's 200 years old because they can't read Chinese. So I pick it up for like $1 or $2 and then sell it, for $1,000 or $1,200. People don't know. People just don't know stuff. And they don't know stuff, and they continue not to know stuff. And so
do you go to like yard sales and stuff, and like pick it up there? Is that where you find all your good finds?
Yeah, I call it boots on the ground. So I got everywhere. I have no boundaries.
Hey, Georgia, how are you?
Yo, where's that? The fucking shit again. How's that simplified?
And what the fuck is this Wall Street bet sound? I can't hear my man here.
But
He was
it's
so simple. Georgia was sharing his diamond collection with us. It was really cool. He's a very cool guy.
He shared.
I got. Oh, you guys, you want to see more? I'll show you. I'll show you more.
Yeah, we would love to see more. Do you want to share some more? We would love to see it.
I really want to see more.
I gotta say, Rad figured out the button in like 1 minute, and Simple tried for like 3 hours yesterday.
It's like my vintage. This is my vintage. It's for really silverware. It's not so much for jewelry. You know, the pendants. Those are my rings.
Georgia, you gotta hit that button in the bottom left corner again.
Are those Nazi rings?
He's good. He was showing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see all your stuff, man. That's really cool that you're sharing all this. We appreciate it.
Yep. I mean, in and out, every single day.
Do you have anything that's like your favorite collectible that you got?
Let's see, my favorite collectible. I have lots of not so bronzes, probably. Oh, I do. Actually, I do. All right. Yeah. So one of them, ivory.
Oh, is that like real old, like 1800s ivory?
The age is undetermined, but it's like a complete. This is a dragon up there, and this is a samovar from 1840. It's quite elaborate. I'm probably not ever going to sell that. So yeah, so that's it. Yeah, there goes my ivory, right there. I'm building.
Damn, I can't see it because it says unstable connection, but that sounds really fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's you.
Got
We can
cool
see.
ivory.
Yeah, so you can see. Can you see?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's my ivory collection. The one on top is actually it's a carved out dragon. I keep it
Can you
close
lift the
up.
phone a little higher? We're having a little trouble with the one on top.
Yeah, it's covered up.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
Yeah, because it needs a mounting. Yeah, so I mean, I have sculptures. I have like prints. Everything there's a lot of stuff.
Hey Georgia, if you mind, I want to ask a question. How do you acquire most of the stuff? Is it through auctions, real estate sales? Are you just buying them on eBay and then reselling them, or how do you acquire most of the shit?
Well, the way that I would say that is boots on the ground. You have to absolutely be smarter than the next person, and you actually have to physically be there. And when you do that, you'll start losing on your resales. But just stick at it, do a lot of reading, understand your materials, and there you go. This is good is not better than stock. I haven't paid a mortgage payment in 20 years, and I'm not even 50 yet.
So Georgia, you said your boots on the ground, so you are like the real life Indiana Jones, huh?
Well, you have to move your ass. People don't know what they have. As many times as like there's a emperor in China, has a King Zai, and they can't read the Tung Zai. They have no idea.
Hey, are you guys enjoying this story time with Georgia?
Or you go back to banks and buy FRC.
Throw the Doge up.
No, that's about it. But yeah, so I found my shit. There you go.
Georgia, you want to see my hoard?
Yeah, if I can, because this Discord is the thing is they'll get robbed blind now. So
What about getting robbed blind? We're getting robbed? What do you mean? Tell us more, Georgia. I don't understand what you're saying here.
I'll be robbed blind. This is a public forum.
Yeah, simple. We can't hear you, buddy. I see your mic peeking, but
Yeah, we see your we see you jogging there, but you have to come in a little bit closer to the mic. I heard a word. Try again.
Come on. Esme, here.
Can you guys throw up the Doge for Georgia? Every time I come in, I hear his voice. So you guys must be enjoying this story time.
Esme.
What's that? Me BFG1, your nice little nice what do you call that voice changer you have there?
I have a voice changer? I didn't know.
Hey, Georgia, buddy. It's great that you're showing us all that neat stuff, but you might want to put away your social security card and stuff and not put that on video for the whole world to see.
Oh, is he showing his video? Oh, wow. Yeah, Georgia, can you be smart here? Come on. Let's not come on, man. Like
When he was showing us the stuff on top of his dresser at some point, I saw his social security card flipped face up. I don't think you could read it, but I'm sure there's people out there that are scumbags.
Yeah, but I don't think that's my social security card. That's better.
Are you collecting social security cards too?
he said he got one from yelling me, so he's good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, that's very serious. Veteran, I really would not fuck with that guy over you.
Yeah, 'cause he's in jail right now, so don't fuck with him.
Well,
But
thanks for
he's
sharing.
actually in jail right now, and I would not fuck with him.
no,
Yeah,
I wouldn't fuck
Georgia.
with him either. He's in jail. Like, why would you fuck with someone in jail? Like, he's gonna call you up and be like, "Hey, can you send me money?" We're trying to get our own money in the trading system. So, yeah, we understand.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing. Just in the future, make sure to keep that stuff safe.
Oh man, Copper Murphy, you make me laugh. That's all I gotta say.
No, it's serious. That guy's a weapons. He's a weapons specialist and a combat specialist. And
Yeah. Hey Georgia, can I? Wow. I mean, what are you invested right now? Like heavily in any stock right now? Like
I'm
genuinely?
maxed out. No,
You're
I'm
maxed
maxed
out?
out.
Like if you could give a young person some advice of like what stock to pick to go in long term to their retirement portfolio, what would that stock be? Or you could do top 3 if you want.
As a young person, I wouldn't recommend anything. I'd smack him in the head.
You smack him in the head. Wow. Okay. You sound like my father that left me when I was 2. But I digress. On the
Did he
serious
go
note,
out for milk?
he didn't come back from. So Georgia, I am genuinely curious though. Like, if you had to pick a couple stocks, because it is the dream of America to be invested in the stock market. What would be those stocks?
50% new industries, 50% old industries. Also, put your boots on the ground and try to get oil well at a good price, a producing oil well.
Georgia, you see my comment? I posted my silver collection. Part of it, good chunk of it.
How about CVX?
Yeah, well,
I like CVX. Chevron's been around for a minute, right?
Nope.
What about U.S. Steel? We got a Ryler with U.S. Steel, babe.
Oh,
You like steel?
Yeah, ticker symbol X. The thing is that was significant. It's not important, but it was significant. Well, a young guy, U.S. Steel. I'd say get a pickup truck, put some steel on the back of your pickup truck and go find some people that are trying to get rid of their steel. Don't overload and just run it back and forth all day and take your profits and immediately buy ticker symbol X, US Steel. That way you take their steel and now you
Wow,
have
that is a
your
pairs
steel.
trade. Hold on, Georgia. You just said something profound here. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to go buy, let me speak some proper English here. You're going to go buy a truck. I assume that's going to be a Chevy or a Ford, since we're talking Georgia here. And then you're going to go pick up steel while buying X stock. So not only are you, it's almost like you're hedging your bet. That's beautifully said in the real world, right?
Well, and Georgia clearly recommended to us yesterday. Ford has the choice.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so Ford found on the road dead. Okay, understandable.
Or you know, the fleet vehicles. The reason why people buy Fords, guys, is not because they're found on the road dead, or because they're anybody's competitor.
Well, that's not what Ford stands for. Ford actually stands for fucked up old rebuilt Dodge. Just to be clear.
Yeah, but you see, the parts are cheap, and you said young guy, and so I mean,
Yeah, I'm a young guy. I'm asking you a genuine question here. You seem like a wise person who's had a great experience and currently experiencing things, and you got friends that are that you suggest we don't fuck with. So yeah, go ahead.
yeah, but seriously, if I were you guys, I would not fuck with that individual.
Yeah, no, I got you. Go ahead.
It's like the one and only guy that I know that I know that he would not care. He would not give a crap. But yeah, I put him up for a while here. But no, yeah, that's what I used to do was put stuff in the back of the pickup truck and head up to the scrapyard. You cash your check and you buy the ticker symbol X, so long as it's not as at a peak. I mean, if it's really high, don't.
But speaking of scrapyards, what do you think about catalytic converters, George?
Oh, I love stealing those. Oh, sorry, you're talking Georgia. My bad.
No, I don't think anything about them.
Music check. Sounds good. Can you guys start the Doge for the music real quick? Just want to get a sound check, if you don't mind.
I hear it.
Is it good volume for everybody?
It could probably go up just a tad, at least for me.
Yeah,
Okay.
what I was going to say, the nice thing is, guys, and I was trying to tell George this earlier, you can control the volume on each one of the speakers up here on stage, one of them being the sound. So you can turn it down or up at your own discretion.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Not your average. And thank you, everyone in the chat, for giving us your okay on the music. So opinion, you've heard them well. Whatever you got the volume at, best. And but yeah, I digress.
Wait, Georgia. What'd you say, Diamond? My bad, bud. Go ahead.
Nothing. I was just talking shit. Go ahead.
Georgia, did you used to be a scrapper too? You used to just scrap a whole bunch of shit, like just copper and fucking steel and everything from what? Just trash yards and behind businesses? What you do?
Well, it kind of depends, you know. Like I think if you had like 20. I mean, it's kind of loud.
Can we turn down the music for Georgia? Or you know what, Georgia? You know what you can do? You can click on the name, and you can go ahead and click Georgia. If you're on a mobile device, hold down your finger for about 2 seconds. Let go of your finger on the screen. That is, excuse me. I'm really bad with tech support here. And then go ahead and click mute on there, and it will mute the sound, and then you can hear everybody else. Go ahead.
Just to be clear, that's on the WSB sound name.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. So go ahead. Once again, if somebody else wants to give him directions too as well, instructions. Sorry.
I think if we could get Simple to read those instructions slowly, that would be a benefit.
Yeah, if anybody wants to give
Wait,
them some.
What are we trying to help Georgia with?
Hey, Georgia, the WSB sound, just tap on it, and then you'll see, like, the first, like, it'll say volume, and then you can bring down the volume on the sound. Okay?
Okay.
Did it work for you,
Got
Georgia?
it.
No, not yet. I'm working on it.
Just click it. You can just click them. Just click the WSB. You'll see a little speak. You see the red.
Should mail Georgia the Discord mail.
Yeah, we should. It might be updated by the time it gets it, though. So go ahead and just click the name, WSB sound, and then scroll down, and you'll see where it says volume, and click mute.
I got that. I got that.
All right, great.
All right, just gotta get the WSB name function.
Mm-hmm. So, Rad, how you doing today? You got any good mineral plays for us? I'm going to say uranium, but he's talking steel, so I figure we could,
Open Valley just keeps on dumping. I'll happily grab it if it's going to keep on going down because apparently Brazilian diversified miners are tied to mid-sized U.S. banks.
Nice.
Yeah, you're talking about the uranium play up in the Canada, right?
Yes, and somehow Stellantis, who does a ton of business in America, is getting wrecked by European banks. So I picked up some of that, some leap call.
I picked up one share, I think. Yeah, just like one share. Just to track it. Without having to look it up every time.
Yeah, you know what's really annoying about that shit? My SBNY puts are great and everything, but the one share I picked up to track it, I can't get it the fuck out of my stock list.
It then delisted, and then it's like a bunch of numbers show up.
Yeah, it's delisted, so I can't sell it. I can't get it out of my list. I just have to stay with it doing nothing. And the best part is the price is $69.69.
Yeah. You're getting paid pretty well, if I remember, to wait and look at it, so you'll be all right.
I lost a good bit today, so sitting over here just drinking my tears, my gypsy tears.
Credit Suisse is starting to have more activity on their
Copper. I'm pretty sure most people on their long positions are down today. Be a neat trick if anyone's up on a long position.
Yeah, by listening to opinion, actually made money today, but then Ape just wants to trade sideways, so probably gonna just be like break even.
Georgia, since talking to you yesterday, I have personally been just happier to be alive. I'm so glad you came into this, and honestly, you should post some of your trades because I'd like to follow some of them.
And that's probably not such a good idea.
Hey, Georgia, before this whole music incident happened, I asked you a question about how you used to pick up stuff you would pick up. The reason I asked this is I drive a 1994 fucked up Dodge, right? I got a bet on it. I'm trying to make some money. So what do you suggest? You need me to step back?
Have you guys been sued? You guys been sued before? Have you guys been sued?
No, why? Are you currently getting sued? Do you need some financial help?
I don't mean sued over finances. I mean sued in general.
Personally, I've never been sued yet, but I'm pretty sure after I say that, I'm going to get a lot of lawsuits. So I look forward to it. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I've not had the pleasure of being sued. But tell me more.
I was just looking at some of my cases. So some lady, she took up residence in a property that I owned, and I don't go down there all the time. And so then I sold that property, and then so she sued me for fraud for selling it.
She sued you for fraud for what? Sorry?
For selling the property that I in fact own.
Ah, I see. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Some people are strange,
What are you sowing? Are you farming on her property without her knowing?
Without your knowing, no, this one's long over. Yeah, they already picked that one over. There's nothing left on that.
So someone's suing you because you sold her a property that you owned.
Well, she just decided to live in it. She wanted to live in it, so she moved in. She didn't have a key or a lease or a contract. She just
So she was squatted?
Yeah, you know what happened? No, here's like the deal. She pretended, I'm remembering the case now. She pretended like she owned it, and she rented it out to somebody else. And then that's the person that ended up suing me from like the public affairs office. I'm like,
yeah, well, just buy some more time for her living situation. I can imagine that's really what it is. But I'm not really familiar with the situation. Please take that as just an opinion at the end of the day. I would say though, calls on RKT. That's what I hear right now.
Dude, I hate it when that happens. It sounds like a real dependopotamus.
Probably sued or somehow one lady probably tried to squat her rights and all of that. So I have had my own lawsuit. I sued somebody, so I was on the other side of it.
Please do tell.
Yep. I just want to let you guys know. Let's hold off on. Excuse me. I just want to say let's really hold off on doxing ourselves. Like I know we're getting comfortable
You've said
with
this
Georgia
before
here.
with lawsuits, right? That's why I kind of stopped short. So it's not fun. I'll just leave it at that. It's very expensive and messy. So, but it's confidential, so I can't tell you anyhow. But it's done. Mm-hmm. So sorry, George. I know it costs a lot of money, even when you're in the right. So that's kind of why I was chiming in.
So, yeah, let's go back to like the money maker stuff. The stuff that's going to make us some money, Georgia, if you don't mind. So you talked about scrap metals, and I do apologize in advance to the room. I didn't hear about his like farmland or any properties he had before. Currently, he's got a squatter at his house, and she's suing to buy more time. I mean, that's pretty interesting for anybody out there doing real estate.
No, he had. He said he had.
He had. Okay. So we got rid of her now.
So, yes, well, sued never. No, technically, I left that one. I left that one alone. And I did have to go to court, and they wanted a trial case. And so my lawyer basically was looking at the judge, going, so blah, blah, blah. It's supposed to be a trial case, and like her lawyer didn't even show up. So I really don't think like we have, there's a lot of substantial stuff involved in what's going on. Like, I don't think George is doing anything bad over here, which I was not. And no, but it's like $1,200. It's just like flush it. I'm like, Jesus, fucking people.
Georgia, hey, I need some advice, man. Can you tell me some more about the oil well industry? Like, get my own oil well?
Yeah, I can actually. Head out to Oklahoma, northern Texas, Missouri. They regularly drill, so throw $5,000 their way every now and again, and it's a private well, so don't sell it. Heavy strike oil.
Now,
You heard it here, folks. All you need to do is strike oil and not sell it, and you too can be rich. So get on it, boys.
Hey, Georgia, have you ever seen that show on TV, Gold Rush, where they do that gold mining stuff up in Alaska and whatnot? What do you think about that?
I haven't seen the show, but I've seen up in Alaska in the rivers. I've seen them throw a gold pan, and then they go out and they pan for gold. Exactly where the pan landed. And there's always gold there, always in the pan. So yeah.
Dude, have you ever done any like underground mining, like digging out a mine?
Archaeological digs, not a mine. I don't think. Yeah, think about it. No.
I'm trying to figure out how to do that here, dude, because I've got like a mountain, and I'm thinking maybe some like ground penetrating radar. There's got to be some like old Civil War gold or something up here.
Where you live, Copper?
In the south.
Well,
I'm sending you the lad. No.
I got a brother who came on here like a couple years ago. That he was in microvision, and he would have been a difficult one to handle. But so anyway, he started to shoot up and go down. But anyway, as far as gold goes, the largest piece of gold that was ever found in the state of Georgia came right off his property. And he's like, he does nothing about it. Like he's not out to, he's not looking. Whatever. I mean, the guy's got like a fortune in rose quartz, but he's not looking for that or the gold. I personally would pick rose quartz. That's just me because if you get it out in good condition and you shape it correctly, I mean, the guy sitting on a fortune doesn't even. But that's him. He had microvision all the way up. We had many dollars, and he did not sell it. He wrote it all the way back down.
Copper, if you're looking for gold in the South, just become a dentist.
I feel like there's more jokes to be added to that one. But Georgia, serious question, man. Like, how did you find yourself over here to WallStreetBets? Like, what brought you in?
Man, I traded stocks when I was like 16 years old.
I didn't catch it. What did he say? For the sound check here.
He's been trading stocks since he was 16 years old.
Yeah, mutual funds, more correctly, was mutual funds at 16 years old. Yeah. In my retirement
you trade stocks at 16 years old? Since when?
Yeah, that brings up a really great question, Georgia. Do you have any actual like paper stock certificates?
No.
Oh, you're from the railroad days. I see.
Y'all can make jokes, but Georgia's got a piece of paper that says it's worth 10,000 Enron shares, so get on his level.
Oh, I love this. This is, I mean, you're bringing my history alive. I mean, I read this shit in the books, and like, this is, thank you.
No, but the oil well, they're always looking for contributors, and you end up with what, 10-15% of the well. So you got to think about what you do with your profits. What are you doing? Feeding your kids, sending them to school. Why don't you Why don't you have these guys look for oil?
Georgia, are you saying you fund oil exploration projects as like an early investor?
No, man. No, I'm not a principal. No, I'm not a principal. I don't do it myself. No. Oh, I have some oil drilling bits for sale that I found. You know?
How much, Georgia? How much you want for that oil bit? I'm thinking I might get some oil fields for myself.
That surprised the fuck out of you. One and 7/8, 3 7/8 inches bit is like $500, $250 to $500 new. And
Is it diamond tip? Is it diamond tip though?
No. But you got to understand metal. You got to understand how they. It's difficult to do, and how they dope the metal. You got to understand the metallurgy of it. It's very tough. It's very tough steel bits. So they're worth the $250 they're asking for them, and they're certainly worth the $50 that I asked for.
Georgia, we have a question from the audience. They want to know what you're eating right now.
Oh, because I'm disgusting. No. Fries out of the stove, which is interesting because actually I hate fries.
You say fries over the stove? Is that what I heard?
Out of the stove.
No, yeah, out of the oven. Out of the oven.
Oh, okay, sorry. I just.
So Georgia is a gourmand, and makes wonderful food. If you didn't know.
And if I can say something real quick, what I've learned from George, and he said it at least 2 or 3 times today, is what are you guys spending your profits on? What are you investing your proceeds in? I'm not saying you got to go into 20 businesses like George, but I think he's got that. I picked up that pearl of wisdom, right, George?
Yeah. What?
Let's keep in mind, this is a man who has physical diamonds sitting in a box that he was like, oh, there are my extra diamonds that were sitting around. That's funny. Oh, listen to this man.
But don't discount the Kermit the Frog, the Japanese porcelain, and the vintage cameras on the same damn couch.
And the
He's
ivory.
also going to bring up the ivory, but he can't date it to the 1800s, so technically has no value.
Well, he can't date it because he doesn't read Chinese.
No, I can read some Chinese. Depends.
You speak Chinese, Georgia.
Yeah, Chinese. Yeah, Japanese is what gives me the problem. A lot of the Chinese.
I can read that for you. What are you trying? What kind of kanji are you trying?
Oh, because from Japan. Oh, fuck yeah. Wait a minute. Fuck yeah.
Watch, this is going to be some $5 billion
no,
heirloom from some dynasty.
Yeah, but I have a lot of Japanese that I cannot fucking read. I have an 1850s censor. I already read that though. It's a bronze piece. There's plenty of Japanese that I cannot read.
Well, Georgia, Ayat can help you with that, and anything he can't read, I'll try to help you out too.
Most fucking excellent. I saw that
Second
all the
lesson.
time.
Second lesson from George. Don't be afraid to ask for help.
Let's see if George pull it up, man. Let's see it.
There's a lot of it. Remember that set security cards on that.
Yeah, remember hide anything that you don't want people to see. We're very mindful of that. It's important. We're all good people, but the FBI might be listening in, and they can't be trusted.
You guys are criminals just on the up and up. Yeah.
We're on the up and up.
I mean, that's basically how I would describe myself in an interview. Yes.
But I don't know how it will work out, but I do have a number of Japanese items that I have trouble translating. It's also the Japanese history as well.
You've got a couple speakers here who can help you out, dude.
what kind of Japanese pieces you need translated here? Are they pieces? Are they just works of art? What are they specifically?
Specifically, there's a bronze piece. There's frequently. Oh, I have got one for you. I have a fan plate. It's porcelain, and a lot of people don't know what a fan plate is. It's intended to be a platter. It's a type of Japanese platter. They're quite large, and I can't read the maker's mark. It just has one emblem, one symbol, and I've run it a couple times, and I can come up with nothing. Supposedly, they're pretty rare. Supposedly, it's like $700. Supposedly.
Dude, Antiques Roadshow doesn't have shit on us.
George is like legit American Pickers right here, except he also owns oil wells.
Diversify. Lesson 3. Diversify.
And Monkey's trying to make this into an actual stock-based lesson.
I mean, I feel like if we just take the top 10, we could have like the 10 commandments of Georgia.
Oh, that's
do it.
No, but really, you see, I don't have the time to capitalize on all of it. And really, what my main problem is the stuff. Some of the stuff that I come across, whatever price that I paid for it, whatever. But it's all low priced. It's all low priced stuff, and then people like, they like send me offers and like, hey, is $22 is pretty, $22. How about $22? And I'm like, well, I mean, I paid $2 for it, so I'm doing pretty good. But generally, it should probably go for about $40. So shipping is actually going to be $20. So you gotta, shipping has messed up the business. Good. They gotta be really sharp.
Did he just sell me some porcelain? Wait a minute, do I owe you now?
$700. You want the Japanese? No, don't. But get it for about $250. That's excellent, dude. This is worlds of history on this one. It's beautiful stuff. Oh, besides that,
Georgia, you mind if I see it? I can't see it. I would love to see this platter.
Maybe someone could read the symbol for you too, right?
well, I will get around to it. Like you're talking about one item, and I have like very, very many. There's just no way that I'm going to be able to dig it out.
No worries. At some point, how's that? No pressure. I know you're a man of many needs and wants, many responsibilities. So yeah, when you can.
I don't have responsibilities anymore. God,
you just got envy from like 90% of the crowd.
Georgia, let me ask you this. Man, what piece are you looking for?
Just to set the record, okay? I was like diaper mom, okay? I was like super mom. I was Mr. Mom. Years and years and years. It wore me down, man. It wore the crap out of me.
Was this like a Mrs. Doubtfire thing?
No, because it's not trans and there's no rubber involved. No, I was like legitimately married and I took care of a child. My child excelled. She's still excelling.
I gotcha. That's cool, dude.
It gets you. It'll take you out. It takes women out every time they do it. It takes them out.
Hey, Georgia, is there anything on your radar that you've been looking for, man, that you haven't found yet in your, your shit that you do?
Yes. Yes, there is. I'm still looking for some silver touch marks. So I want to find a good piece of silver, like a creamer or server tray that is the 925 designation. It has a lot of attributes to it, and somebody cannot read the touch mark. That I'm looking for.
And where would you start looking for something like this?
I didn't hear you.
I was saying, where do you start looking for some item like this? I mean, where have you looked?
You put your boots on the ground, and for me, that would be North Atlanta, both the east and the west. Last minute estate sale. That's my only really hope of finding that.
Yeah, you just gotta go outside and open your damn eyes.
I call it boots on the ground. You got to get there. If you're able to get there, there's a high probability not everybody is aware.
George, do you watch any TV? Do you watch any TV shows?
Oh.
You ever buy stuff from the government, like government surplus stuff?
No.
Georgia, since you made fries, I gotta ask you, what's your best cooked dish? What's the thing you make that's the best?
Yeah, something that I used to is the white wine reduction and sea scallops, keep the juice, butter, garlic, and keep it clean, keep it fresh. Everything fresh. Grow your own herbs, you know? Oh, and one time I had escargot from a French, like I didn't cook it though, but from a French chef, and that was surprisingly well put together. So, if you get a chance, I recommend that.
George says, step your food game up.
Hey, you see, I told you, I was like, I was a stay at home, man. I was like Mr. Mom. I did like, have you guys done that? You get like lots of kids at your house, and then you got the pool, and I just really, I can't even tell you.
Hey, George, I'm actually a single dad myself. I'm not married anymore. So I do understand and I do respect that. And I would say it probably is the most rewarding position or anything I've ever done in my life. And she's still growing. So thank you for what you do.
So get this, okay? So I was that. I was the super successful stay-at-home dad. And brain cyst. Okay? I had actual brain tumor. Not cancer, But man, so if you don't get it removed, it's like 100% chance it will kill you. It's like one of the only things when you go into a brain surgeon, it's one of the only things that they tell you, that one, that'll kill you. So you absolutely need to get elective surgery. So through that whole process, I got divorced.
Sorry, dude. That's fucked up, buddy. I had to have some brain surgery too, man, and can't imagine having your wife leave you because of that.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm a little bit out there, anyways, but crazy. I mean, but it really was unnecessary, man. It's just completely unnecessary. It just wasn't just like a divorce. It was everything that comes along with like one of your like worst divorces that you could have, and I'm like, I'm hanging this one up. I'm hanging it up.
Well, you know what, George? It sounds like you're better off. You're clearly doing awesome. So the way I look at it, and we talk about stocks this way, it's almost like one of like say the line, Rad, but we don't think about our exes, right? We don't look back at them. So don't worry, move on, right?
Sounds to me like you want like a Kermit Frog. $35.
I am Kermit the Frog. I can also do the teenager from The Simpsons. Your mic's not working, Ayod. I'm sorry. I know you're trying to digress.
I put my case of stones away now. I think I saw enough of them. I didn't even sell them these. I had a jewelry bench in my house. My living room is actually a jewelry bench.
Those are very sturdy. Still not working, Ayod. Sorry. I don't even see you peeking on your PFP. He's gone.
So is WSB Sound going to play a different song every day, or is it going to be the same, or what are we doing here?
Right. There we go.
Yep, you're good now. I don't know if you heard. Yeah, my Copper just asked, are we going to have the same music every day, or is it going to change, since you were running it?
Yeah, so that's something, an opinion we're going to have to ask about. Did you want to switch it up, Georgia, to something? We got to think about it. Like, we want to hear everyone's voice, so we kind of have to have a kind of boring sound within some respects, right?
Yeah, but I always do like the sultry girls in the jazz clubs. So, like my recommendation was Scott Bradley's postmodern jukebox. I remember that.
All right. I'll have to run that by the admins. We'll see if
Georgia, we'll try to get some Metalocalypse going for you. See if we can work that out.
Yeah. So anyway, we're doing great here. We got 137 audience. Once we get to 125, we're gonna have to like wrap this into a different room, for obvious reasons because we are streaming this. But yeah, very interesting. I didn't see this plate. You guys are talking about like translating stuff, and I guess we're not doing that today, so that's okay.
Yeah, he couldn't find it right away. He's gonna do it when he can. So
sure, no problem.
Not today.
All right, and just want to let you know we do have a reminder to the audience. Tell Georgia that it needs to be royalty-free music. Postmodern Jukebox probably isn't, since they are a performing band.
Of my favorites, yeah. But well, but what they do is they take jazz music of old and then they modernize it, or the other way around. So there's got to be something in there. But I mean, I'm not like in charge of that type of stuff. The music, yeah, it's not that great, but it's not terrible.
Okay, well, we appreciate your insight or your input. Excuse me. But yeah.
Yeah, look at this guy, Unsavory One, in the audience, and that's a Buddhist. That's going to be a Buddhist sculpture.
Maybe.
It's going to be a Buddhist.
Yeah, of course. We have those many in Asia. We have many of those in Asia. But I think they're in Egypt too. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys and gals.
So, Unsavory One. I have a Buddhist sculpture from Tibet, similar to your picture there. Mine's old. Mine's plundered China took out of Tibet or the surrounding area. Yeah, that's going to be a Buddhist sculpture, all that.
All right. So it looks like Rad left. So guys, we're gonna switch this over to the other side. Let me just get some administration done real quick. But yeah, we will. So we'll switch to the other side real quick. If that's okay with you guys. In the main stage.
Appreciate it, and thank you, George, as well.
Yeah, we appreciate your time. And George, any last words for us?
No, because I was just following opinion on his ape call, and ape's completely sideways.
Guys, can I ask you a question before we end up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So basically, I have a put. I sold a cash secure put on SPY that is for Friday, and of course it went down today from yesterday. But I want to know, how can I calculate what of the Greeks wins, basically the time component on the fact that it goes down in value? How can I don't know how to explain it better.
What platform?
Can you say it one more time? Sorry, you bought some SPY puts and then what? Sorry.
Yeah, I sold some cash secure puts, and I know that of course Theta runs up in the last few days, so that starts basically giving me back But then of course, if the SPY goes down, I also start losing on the other Greek. So how can I know where's the balance? Which one wins basically? The time component of the fact that SPY goes down.
Okay, so your question is basically whether or not, so you bought a put and a call, is that correct? You bought a straddle, basically?
No, sorry if I'm not explaining myself correctly. So I sold a cash secure put. I sold
Sure.
a 377 cash secure put on SPY, and it expires on Friday. So I need it to be above 377 to just keep my premium, right? If SPY goes down, it starts becoming more expensive. So if I want to buy it back, it becomes more expensive. But of course, because the days pass by, Theta starts to ramp up. So how can I know which component is stronger between the two? The time component or the fact that SPY comes closer to 377?
Well, the time component is just going to basically make it less valuable, right? On both the call and the put side. So it's just, and then Theta's going to basically eat at your value. But if SPY, if it gaps down further, then obviously you're going to have a little issue there, right?
Exactly.
But now for the put side, I mean, you're going to make some money, right? Technically speaking, unless you sold a put, so as long as no one exercises it, you're in the safe, right? In the safe zone. This is not the financial advice, by the way. This is just my opinion. So yeah, I think I wish Hardy was here so he could answer this question, because I don't sell puts personally. I buy to open, sell to close. And maybe I can. And if anybody else wants to answer this, feel free to. But your Theta is going to be the one that I do know that the Theta essentially, kills the value of the option itself. And what I can't answer for you is whether or not there's going to be like a risk associated with your put. That's what I'm trying to get at, because you sold it, right? Because at any time someone that bought it from you, they have the right to exercise, or basically make you exercise that position. So it's not like it's a riskless trade, right? But yeah, go ahead.
Maybe I kind of understand, but yeah, maybe I can ask Hardy to what is kind of like the math behind it to understand it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, the math behind it is essentially that it's Theta basically that's eating at you. But I'm not sure if you're asking like what risk I'm going to have what risk you're going to have left, or if you're just trying to figure out the math equation behind it.
Or are you trying to see how valuable it will be by Friday or less valuable? Is that what you're asking?
No, she's asking if I think she said she sold a put, and she wants to see if it goes down more, is the price of it going to go? Is the value of the option going to go more, or if it's based on time? That's your question, right? It's basically
Exactly. Oh, let's say we're on Friday, right? And it's gonna expire. It's a CDOs. So SPY starts closing in into the 377, but also time starts getting closer to closing time. So which one wins, the time or the fact that SPY goes down?
The time at the 0 DTE would definitely be time. Time would win because it doesn't matter.
You're losing every day that you hold it. Remember?
Yeah, exactly.
So
it's
you're
called
losing
Theta.
a certain amount.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So right now we are 2 days away. So of course it's not as strong as if we're on the day that expires, but it has a important, it's a strong component basically. This 2 days away. So, but of course when it's 0 DT, then time should always win unless it's a completely dramatic movement.
Yeah, time
correct.
always wins regardless, though, because it's time decay, right? So
yeah, time decay.
So, but like if you could always go into like your analyze, and see, like use that component of it and see, how much you'll lose if you're using like TD Ameritrade or whatnot, think or swim, and you can kind of like preview how much you'll lose, like give you an idea of it.
I think my question is, like when you're talking about like math-related questions, like it has sensibility, I think is the right word. So how much it moves. So I'm not mistaken, there's one of the Greeks that basically talks about that, but I'm not sure which one.
Yeah. So you're looking at Theta, THETA, right?
Yeah,
That's
Theta,
time.
yeah. That's time,
And
right?
yeah, and then in regards to like, so the way that I see it, because I see it a little bit differently. I'm aware there's like the Greeks to it that allow it to have a fundamental keyword fundamental value, but the reality is like that can change if there's a market maker coming in with a block size order, right? So that's all thrown out the window, right when that happens. So like the Black-Scholes model was created for this particular situation, but let me. I'm trying to find the answer for you. So sorry. Because you're selling a put, and you're wondering basically if the value is going to when it goes down, if it's more stronger, if it's more stronger from the when it goes down versus time decay. But I do believe I think I can answer this. Okay, so I did AAL put, for example, when I bought it, right? And I noticed that when the share was going down more and more and more, my value of my option that was like $4 out of the money was still worth 1 penny, right? And then when it was going up, it would gap back up, maybe let's say 25 cents. It went to 0, but then it gapped down to like 60 cents, and then it was at one penny again. So I think in the time, I mean, obviously. This was within 15 minutes, so you can take that as a real life case example that really time had nothing to do with that. It was the fact that the price movement
volume
that was moving with it allowed it to be, adjusted accordingly. Now, obviously, there are fundamentals to the Greeks that help move, the option values with the Black-Scholes model. However, like I said before, that is all indicative to who's coming in with what on the stock price, and how much they're buying versus how much they're selling off, how many short sellers are short selling it, and all that great stuff.
Sorry, correct me also if I'm mistaken, but also today we had about, what are we, like 20% up on the VIX, so that also would have an impact on what are we talking about in the premiums, right? So that also would have
Well, the VIX is not indicative to the SPY's value at all. Like the SPY value.
Not the SPY value, but the premiums that the SPY pays. So if I'm selling a put or a call, they are more.
No, I believe
that would be Vega. Then.
Separate equities.
That would be Vega.
No, but I mean,
affect your.
I mean, if I'm selling a put when the VIX is at 28 versus a put 20 for the same number.
Yeah, the VIX is a volatility index.
Yeah, exactly, but it impacts the premiums for the same one, because if I looked at the premium,
they're two different ETFs. Like, genuinely, they are.
I know they're completely different. I'm saying that when volatility is higher, the premiums that you pay if you sell a put or a call, they're higher. So here I'm also adding a third variable, which is volatility, and volatility has gone up 20% since yesterday, basically. So those premiums should also be inflated.
So basically, I get what you're trying to say, because like, okay, so I get that you're saying like, because the VIX is like basically stress testing what the S&P index is going to be like. I mean, the VIX can be manipulated too, like, with all due respect.
Yeah, I fully understand, but
the VIX has been like up, and hypothetically that's supposed to correlate where the SPY goes down, right? But there's been days when the VIX and the SPY have been like neutrally together, right? So the VIX goes up, SPY goes up.
I fully understand.
Go ahead.
I usually sell 6 weeks away SPY put at a 0.2 delta, right? And I'm able to get 370 each time I sell. I sold one today, same variables, same time, so 6 weeks away. at 0.2, and today I got 450. So the premiums are different from when we have last time I sold it, I think it was around 20, the VIX. So the premiums I'm getting, even if I sell with the other variables in the same way, it's higher.
All right, let's repeat your question because the
Hardy
option
is here.
Hardy. All right, go ahead.
Sorry, Hardy. Yeah. So I was asking if I have here as an example, I sold a cash secure put that expires on Friday at 377. And I had it from yesterday, let's say. And SPY went down from, I think it closed at about 391, 392. Wait, I'm looking at the chart right now. 392 yesterday, and today I opened at 386, something like that. One day passed. So I just wanted to understand how can I wanted to understand what Greek wins, the one of the time component or the fact that the stocks moves against my strike?
It's both. They don't operate in isolation.
No, that I fully understand. But how can I understand? How can I ask it? How can I understand how much it affects me into each variable, like each movement from SPY from, I don't know, 388 to 386 versus one day has passed?
You could probably use the option profit calculator to simulate these changes. But let's see, you have a Friday, so that's the 17th expiration, and you said 377? So you sold the 377 put. I have no idea what the Greeks are when you sold it, but the Greeks now have a delta of negative 0.24. So that means for every dollar up, the value of this options contract will decrease by 0.24 or 24 cents, right?
Correct.
And then Theta is currently 83 cents. So every day it passes, this contract will lose 82 cents of value.
Correct.
So you need to figure out whether or not you're willing to gamble that this contract will expire worthless. The price of SPY will never go down to 377 by... Oh, you know what? Do we have less than 300 people in here? I can show you this.
That would be great.
Yes, we do. We only have 130.
All right, let me share a screen. One moment. This one. Okay.
All right, everyone. I think we'll wrap up at least for just now, at least on the stream. If you're still interested, call's still going. Can always hop in on Discord. We'll probably keep the call going until 4 or 5 p.m. And you know what? We're getting into a good rhythm. So hopefully we'll keep up this kind of pace where we start at 8:30 and at like 4 or 5 p.m. because it's cool to get the whole trading in there. You basically get all the events of the trading day. That being said, thank you so much for joining us on this beautiful day, and we hope you didn't lose too much money as markets are absolutely bloody. It's a bloodbath out there. So we'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks.